Welcome back, everybody. This is the third video in our playthrough of Aeon Trespass. We're going to be going into day 37, but the important part about day 37 is that we are finally getting into a battle. Rejoice! I have been talking about it for the last two videos, which had gone a long time of me talking about it without actually playing a battle. We're doing it today. Day 37, there is a timeline battle set up for us. If I were to somehow not manage to get into the battle for this day and go through like another hour plus of a video, I think I should just stop recording because I don't think I'd ever end up finishing this game in my lifetime. But we are going to get to that battle. The battle is going to take a decent amount of time. So this is probably going to be a longer video than the last two, but that's okay. Battles generally take me a little bit of time anyway. This is my favorite part of this game, is the battle system, and I like taking my time and thinking about turns because it's just a rewarding process for me. Additionally, I'm going to be taking a little bit more time to try to explain some things that are going on during that battle, explain my thought process out loud as much as I can remember to do it, so that people have an idea of how I go about thinking about attacking primordials, attacking battles in general. So let me go ahead and jump over to a more interesting view, and then I'll give a recap of what happened in our previous video on day 36. Not a lot happened. We only went through one day in that last video, and in that day we went on an adventure where we were part of that adventure, we were expecting some supplies to get to the Argo from a certain part of Crete that we're in, and we realized, hey, why haven't we gotten these parts yet? So we went to investigate. We determined that there was this group, I believe, called Ariadne's Children, who were ambushing Minoan traders and preventing some of those supplies that we were waiting for to get to us. And so we had the option of stopping the group of Ariadne's Children and preventing them from attacking traders again. Basically, they were trying to attack the traders to get resources to help their people. So we could try to stop them, or we could allow them to keep doing their thing, or we could try to find a little bit of a somewhat of an in-between option there. We ended up choosing just to let them keep doing their thing. If you remember, as I've said a few times in the last couple of videos, we are at war with those Minoans. So screw them. We didn't really care about losing any kind of diplomacy with them. So I was happy to take the option that I knew was going to give us some diplomacy, a little bit of extra weight with the Hornsworn. So yeah, we did that option. The downside of that option is that we ended up losing some hull for our Argo. So our ship has seen better days. We're sitting at 2 out of 5 on our hull here. Remember, if we go down to 0 hull, we would lose the campaign. We want to try to prevent that from happening because, we don't want to do that. But anyway, so we finished day 36 in the last video. Now we're about to jump into day 37. And yeah, I think with that, I set enough context that we can just go ahead and jump into it. So let's go ahead and jump over to our timeline view here. So the first step in a voyage phase day is we're going to do the movement step. Now, if you remember, we have this map from, I looked it up. I think the pronunciation of this name is Xenodice. So I'll try to remember that. We roll a bunch of dice. I should be able to remember that it's pronounced dice. We have this map from Xenodice. We're trying to visit these, what do we call them? Minotaur temples? Temples of the Minotaur? Minotaur temples. We're trying to visit these Minotaur temples to locate the Sepulchre Acropolis, which is where Ariadne's grave is, and which is where we think King Minos himself should be. So we have to go to these temples to find the coordinates to get to the Sepulchre Acropolis to talk to King Minos, who will then hopefully give us access to the Data's Vault, who will give us access to tools that will repair some deeper structural damage, aka a story mechanic part of damage, not actually represented by our hull, but we're trying to continue on this larger adventure of the Argo. And we can't do that without repairing these, without repairing the ship using things from the Daedalus Vault that only King Minos can give us access to. So, we suspect that one of the temples of the Minotaur temples, I can't even remember the name of them, is over on this section. And because I like exploring, we're going to loop down and go up, and then we'll kind of circle back that way. That also gives us time to maybe get some more story progress to help cycle through some of these cards in this story deck here. Remember, when we get to one of these Minotaur temples, we draw a card and we hope that it is a card that actually is valuable and has a coordinate on it. I think there's 2 of those cards. We currently have 4 in the deck, so there's a 50% chance right now that if we were to go to one of those sites, the card could be useless, and we'd have to continue sailing around until we got to another temple. But if we get more story progress, we start to thin out that deck more and make it more likely that we're going to succeed at getting a coordinate when we go to a temple. All right. So we are currently here, and we're going to go south. So going south is going to take us to tile 59. Let me go ahead and pull up. There we go. So we have our tile deck here. We're going to find tile 59. Boom, boom. Put those back there. You can see this is going to be a Labyrinthian tile, which is great because we are now getting off of these Minoan tiles, and we're going to be getting into a tile that I think we're just friendly with, right? Yep, yeah, we're just friendly with the Labyrinthians. We're almost allied with them, but friendly is great. Let me go ahead and make this a little bit easier for you folks to see. And that's what we have on our tile. So again, we're going to look for any kind of hidden codes. We found a hidden code on our previous tile, which was tile 54. So I doubt there's another hidden code this close to 2 tiles. I don't see anything. So yeah. So we're coming from the north, we're going south onto this. And so one of the things that we see on this tile over here is this doom symbol, which is also not great. I think that's going to cause us to flip our doom card. But let's go ahead and put this onto our map. Put that in its nice proper home. Move down south. So we completed our movement step of the voyage phase. Now we're moving on to the timeline step, which is where we go to the timeline and check this box on the timeline. Awesome. We did a great job at accomplishing that timeline step. Killer job, everybody. We deserve a round of applause there. And then the next part of this is the, what's it called? Exploration step. And the symbol that is relevant on this card from the exploration step is that doom symbol that I showed. Which is going to cause us to gain a doom, which would put us at 5 out of 5 doom tokens on card 2A, which isn't bad. Like the pacing of this is that like we are on doom card 2A and story card 3A. I think that's okay. I forget how many doom cards there are. Is it normally 3 or 4%? It's probably normally 3. 4 doom cards is a lot, but I don't remember. So I think the pacing is okay, and it's only 2A. Usually the really negative things happen when you flip from like Doom Card 1 to 2. So like Doom Card 1B to 2A or 2B to 3A. Going from 2A to 2B shouldn't be too bad, but let's see. I think we would have a technology that can maybe help us here, prevent us from doing that flip. So we'll go to technologies, we'll check out our saves, and we have technology called Hope Logic, which allows us to gain 1 Argo Fate when you're about to gain Doom during the Voyage or Adventure phase. We would test X+, where X is 9 minus the number of your current Doom card. Minus the number of your current Doom card. Okay, so what is that? I think that would be 9 minus 2, right? So we'd have to try to get a 7 or higher. Let me check. Yeah, that sounds right. because it shouldn't be doom on your card. Otherwise, that would be a very powerful thing to prevent doom. But let me double check the wording on that with the actual Hope Logic card itself. X is minus the number of your current doom card. Yeah, okay. So we're on doom card 2. We would need 9 minus 7, or sorry, 9 minus 2, so 7 or higher. Do we think that's worth gaining Argo Fate for? I mean, we have no Argo Fate, and we're about to go into battle today. Like, I want Argo Fate at this point because battles help clear Argo Fate. Let's gain an Argo Fate. We're basically getting ourselves a free chance to avoid this doom. So let me go ahead and pull up our roll cam here. All right, so we are looking for a 7 or higher. We got a 10. It's kind of hard to see that, but at some point I'll have to maybe work on some better lighting or maybe a better camera for this roll cam. But yeah, we got a 10. It's good enough to see there. So go ahead and set that off to the side. And so we do stop that doom gain. All right. Well, that's a great start to the video. I like that so far. So we did that part of our exploration step. We've resolved the symbols on the card that matter for exploration. And now the next part that we're going to do is our exploration cards. So we are going to draw two decks of the exploration cards. And I think what I read yesterday was that we can draw both piles at the same time before resolving them. So we do that, and we do that. I stopped, my pile is still just 1 card each because each of these cards contains that like deck with an X symbol through it. So it means that that is the end of that pile. For this first one, weapons, cash. Yeah, oh nice, you can see that, okay. Gain 3 armament resources. And yeah, because we're on the Labyrinthian tile, who we're friendly with, we do not have to do this negative thing, which requires denounced or worse for your diplomacy. So we're only going to get the positive aspect of this card. Very neat, very neat. We gain our 3 armament resources there. And then on this other card, we have somewhat similar. This is a Desecrated Temple. I think we actually hit this yesterday too. Where we're going to gain 2 monument resources, and we don't meet that gate for the negative effect here of gaining a stranger. So we're going to gain 2 monument resources. And I haven't talked about crafting. Maybe I'll talk about crafting after the battle, but you know, it's in its own thing. All these resources here help you build gear. Gear you build based off of the technologies that you have available. They're combat technologies. And as you go further and further into the game or into the cycle, you'll get better and better gear you can craft. I mean, also into the game too. The further cycles have like nuts though gear. They're awesome. And it's really fun and powerful. In most cases, not overpowered. In some cases, it's like a fun level of overpowered. Oh yeah, so with these ones, remember some cards have like a remove until the next timeline battle at the very bottom there. We are going to go into a timeline battle, so some of these cards that were removed will get shuffled back in shortly. But in this case, these ones don't, so they get immediately shuffled back into our deck. Let's do a little bit of different types of shuffling. Make sure we don't. Sometimes when I shuffle, like, I don't know, maybe it's just a style that I shuffle in, but like I've had cases where like I go to shuffle and it's like the exact same card on top. So like sometimes I like to do a few different styles of shuffling just to make sure that doesn't happen. All right, so that was our exploration done. Let's go and make sure that I'm not misremembering anything as we go through. We resolved our exploration cards. That is complete. We don't have any acclamations because we did that yesterday. So we got to see, we're seeing a lot of stuff. This is kind of a good day, good part of the timeline to come in on to start seeing a lot of content. Resolve adversary battle. Remember, we have the pursuer who could be on that overland voyage map here. He's not on the map right now. This is nice. It has actually been... no, actually, he was on the map kind of right before I started this. I think I had killed him right before, or I defeated him, didn't kill him, I think the day before I started recording this on day 35. But I'm sure he'll be back on the map soon. He usually does not stay off the map for very long. But we do not have a adversary battle. And then we have our expedition step. So we did not have any expedition symbols on our card. Those would be the adventure hub symbol like we did yesterday. Additionally, there are other symbols. I have an example over here that have this little like calm, peaceful little ocean view with some seagulls there. And those are R&R adventures. And they tend to be a little bit less impactful, question mark. They're sillier adventures. But in some cases you can actually get gear in them. It's not like game-changing gear, but some of the gear is actually very helpful to have if you're doing the challenge mode in Mnestis Theater. Yeah, in my first playthrough, I was like really trying to go out of my way to like find as much gear as I could because I wanted to have some of it unlocked for the challenge mode. Because that you technically need to unlock it to use it in the challenge mode. But I think once I beat cycle 3, I kind of just got to the point where it was like, no, I want to do challenge mode and actually be able to have all the tools available at my disposal. And so I just, any secret gear that I missed during the campaign, I just started using because it made it more fun to me. And that's what board games are about. It's about having fun, getting something that's a fun level of challenging. And that's, that's really hard to do with some games. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to go on tangents. We're set on doing that battle today. If I keep going on tangents, I will find a way to keep postponing that battle, and I'm not going to do that. But that's okay because I don't have time to postpone anymore. It's battle time right now. We are now at the encounter step. Conditional, resolve a timeline battle or a battle event noted on the timeline. We have a combat encounter noted on the timeline. So we're going to do that. The order of these things on the timeline isn't necessarily the order that you do them in, so that can be a little bit confusing. So yeah, this combat encounter with the little like cross shield symbols here is what we actually care about. And so now we get to choose between two primordials that we can battle. If we go to our evolution chart over here, this is for tracking how many times we've faced each of the primordials in this cycle. So we have our boss primordial, Alpha Temenos, who is that big, I don't have the minis over here handy, but he's that big tentacle-y, had giant pyramids and chunks of labyrinth coming off of him. We only faced him twice, and the second time we faced him, I had that boon that allowed me to keep a BP card revealed on top at all times, which was a super powerful thing, and allowed me to actually get 9 wounds on him and get Pyramidion. So we've only faced him twice. Then we have the adversary, the pursuer, who's I talked about, and this little checkbox next to him is an indicator for like when you're checking the win conditions against him. Normally for primordials, like for timeline primordials, you have to get 10 wounds. Most primordials in the game have like a quote-unquote health bar of 10, if you want to put it that way. For the boss, like the boss is stronger, and like both the boss and the adversary are stronger, so they have different conditions on them. The adversary, actually in both of them, the more you face them, the more wounds you'll have to get on them, which is okay because you're scaling up in power anyway, so it's kind of building, you get better, they get a little bit, you have to fight them for a little bit longer, so there's a little bit of scaling that way, which is usually ends up working out pretty well, but the fights early on are always hard, and that's cool because you see your growth through the game. And by early on, I mean in each cycle. In each cycle, like you kind of go through a little bit of a power level reset, soft reset, we'll say, because you don't necessarily get to carry over gear from cycle to cycle. which sounds, the first time I learned that, I realized that when I was going from cycle 1 to cycle 2 in my first playthrough, I was actually really disappointed with that. And I wanted to use things called ascendancy cores, which are different from primordial cores. There's material you can get in the challenge mode that would allow you to turn equipment into quote unquote ascended gear, which would allow you to carry it from one cycle to the next. And I was really tempted to do that. But then I had gone through Discord and I saw people talking about like, yeah, that would make the game much easier. And so I opted to not do it. And I'm glad I didn't do it because, this game just provides such a fun level of challenge that you don't really want to mess with that too much. I don't know. Sometimes it's fun in the game to be like, I'm dominating this thing, I'm crushing it. Like, I don't know. I get that rewarding feeling in video games sometimes, where you kind of get to a point where you're overpowered. But usually when that happens, it's like that's a very short-lived moment. If you have to go through a majority of the game feeling that way, it's too easy and there's no challenge, and then it kind of just gets to a point like, why the hell am I playing this? It's not engaging anymore. And to be honest, I felt that way a little bit about Kingdoms Forlorn. I didn't think the challenge level was there as much. Cool game, cool mechanics and everything, but not the unique, cool, rewarding, punishing challenge that Aeon Trespass is. Anyway, I'm somehow still dilly-dallying, and we have a battle we're going to get to. I am going to choose to face, so like I said, if you were at a timeline battle, at this point you would get to choose which of the 2 timeline primordials you could face. Hecaton, which is that guy that we looked at that had a bunch of hands coming out of him. And then you have Labyrinthauros, who is that bull that also had some tentacles coming out of him. And we're going to face Labyrinthauros. Some of the technologies that I want to unlock, I think I'm trying, if I remember correctly, I was trying to go down the Labyrinthauros path a little bit more from this point so I could unlock technology that would allow me to upgrade this amazing weapon that we have called the Maze, which when we attack with that, I'll explain why it's so amazing. But I was looking to be able to upgrade that into another gear that requires the Maze for construction. So because we're going to fight against the Labyrinthauros, we are going to mark that box. We're going to say Labyrinthauros. And this is going to be against a level 3 Labyrinthauros. So as I'm pulling things over here, I'm going to take a sip of water. I said I wasn't going to keep talking about when I'm taking a sip of water, but I think it's just kind of a force of habit at this point. So you're going to be aware of when I'm drinking water because I'm just telling you. And I want to avoid the gross noises from drinking. Anyway. I find it just funny to watch as I'm taking a sip and it's muted. I still just watch the little volume level on the microphone anyway, and I'm like, wow, why is that so loud? Why am I such a loud drinker? So yeah, with battles in general, like I mentioned, for the non-timeline primordials, the more you fight them, the more wounds you have to do over time to be able to win against that. Oh, I got my Argo under here. That's why that is not going down. Let me get a generic token. It'll be this little guy that we will use to mark where the Argo was at there. And, oh, I just realized I'm not even showing you the fun stuff of me setting up this board. So let me switch over to this view. There we go. Our battle board. This is probably the first time I'm showing this on camera. Let's see, how does that look in our video? Is that, it's a little crooked, but I think that's just because it's something with my camera angle. How's that look? Is that a little bit better? A little bit better. Good enough. Need to be a perfectionist. Yeah, there's a little bit of glare there. I don't know. It's not bad enough that I think it's really hindering much. At some point we can try to fix it, but Oh, actually, what I want to show, and maybe what I'll do, is that in our little book here, you might be wondering, well, how do I know how to set up this fight for the Labyrinthauros? And it's in our handy cycle book. Everything is in the handy cycle book. It has so much content in it. And there's 5 of them. And they just keep getting more content as you go through. Wonderful. So we would find the page for our Labyrinthauros battle, which, like, I mean, check out how sick that artwork is. Oh my gosh, it's awesome. The artwork in this, like, you can see some titans in there. You can see some of the gear you actually get access to. You know, that Labyrinthauros is like coming through a portal, which is actually one of his moves that we might see on an AI card. It just gets me so excited talking about it. So we have on this, what I actually wanted to show was we have some map set up here. So this is explaining how we actually set up our battle. And then we have some introduction and some other instructions for battle setup. So this is the first time we're fighting Labyrinthauros. So let me do a little reading of the introduction here. The Labyrinthians exert their influence over the rural countryside, and even in cities like Gnosis, they have a sizable, albeit secret, following. The punished sees all, and the maze answers their prayer by sending the Labyrinthauros. Once a clockwork automaton, a statue made by Daedalus to guard the labyrinth, it now races the lands of Crete, bringing terror and death wherever it appears. They say the metal bull knows the hidden ways of the labyrinth and can cut through space and time at will. But those are surely tall tales, like the ones about the true shape of the Way Watcher. I don't know what the Way Watcher is. The heck is the Way Watcher? Huh. Anyway, yeah, so this was a bull built by Daedalus. Daedalus is a name to keep in mind throughout the story. He will keep coming up. So seeing the things that he is tied to is interesting. So we have the first type of tile that I'm going to lay down here are labyrinth tiles. These kind of provide some red walls that act like obstacles that you cannot move through. And some of the primordials in this cycle, like these labyrinth tiles, I think are really only used in cycle 1. But the primordials in this can interact in different ways with labyrinth tiles. Like Labyrinthauros, for instance, has abilities that will allow him to lay down more and more labyrinth tiles. So the idea is that he is building this maze out, and it can make it difficult to be able to fight him, because the labyrinth tiles can get in the way of your titans being able to go and make attacks. The other tiles that I'm laying down here are city tiles, which are tiles that provide some cover if you have a titan on them and your titan gets attacked while on them. They have these traits. Let's see, where do I want to go to here? You don't need to see scribe anymore. We can go to this. I'll go to this here in a second, but I do want to show. Yeah, that's fine. There are cards for each of these terrain tiles, and so they have different traits on them. So if we go to our city tile here, most of these are in alphabetical order, but not all of them are. We can see that the city tile is obscuring and inhabited. And it also has cover. So if we're on this tile, we have +1 to our evasion rolls, which I'll explain when it comes up. Additionally, if you're allied with the faction that owns this overland map tile, so remember the Labyrinthians own this overland map tile. If you're allied with them, then you would get +1 power to your power rolls. And if we were at war, so if this was a Minoan place and we were on a city tile, or no, not even when we're on a city tile, we would just treat these as obstacles because we can't go through the cities. So that's another downside of being at war with a faction. Excuse me. Another thing here that we have, like these two labels, A and B. Those are places where the primordial could be. So at the start of the Labyrinthauros battles, we actually don't know where he's going to be starting. Adds another piece of flavor to it. And I'm getting a few things from the side over here, and I'll show you what they are in just a moment. Most of the card sleeves that I have are matte card sleeves because they don't reflect as much. On some of these older primordials, I actually still have my glossy sleeves. We'll see how annoying they are to deal with. They don't seem too bad. I mean, depending on the angle they're at, it should be okay. Oh, geez. Let me go to a different view here again. There we go. That's the view that I want. So I'm going to set some things up on the board just so you can see as I'm doing it, what I'm doing. So what we have are all the cards for Labyrinthauros. So we have these BP cards, which are body part cards, which are the things that we are trying to attack. So like we basically make an accuracy check when we're trying to hit them. We don't know when we're hitting them, we don't really know what we're hitting. We only know like the level that it's at. So 1, 2, or 3. So that gives us a rough idea of how hard it might be to wound. The accuracy check for all the body parts is the same, but it's the power roll that is different. And then additionally, we have these AI cards. These are the moves that the monster can make, their attacks. So similarly, we have level 1, 2, and 3 for our AI cards, and 3 cards being the worst. One thing to note is that you can see the 3s generally look the same. Actually, let's go to more close-up view here. The 3s look the same, look the same, look the same. Oh, that one looks a little bit different. Got some tentacles coming out of it. This means you're about to get your ass handed to you. You really want to avoid, let's call it an ultimate card, or I call it an ultimate card. I don't know what the actual term for it is. Go back to our other view here. You want to try to avoid that card attacking you if you can. And we'll talk, as we're in the battle, we'll talk about ways that you can do that. So those are some of the cards. I'm going to shuffle those up in a second and put them in this little holder over here that might be, no, actually, it'll be on camera for most of it. You won't be able to see the angles of everything. I'll explain my layout that I'm going to go through, though. Because I did try to set things up that you can actually, hopefully at least see the important information. It might be a little zoomed out, but we'll see. Cut back to this view. Additionally, we have a few other cards here. We did 3 leftover cards. Every primordial has a routine, which basically is something that is done if the primordial can't find a target. So every attack, every primordial attack has targeting instructions. You go line by line to see which one applies first and determine which Titan gets attacked. If no Titan gets targeted based on any of those targeting lines, then it defaults to this routine. Later on in the game, it becomes harder and harder to actually trigger the routine. Like, I rarely ever trigger. You generally want to avoid triggering the routine because negative things can happen. Like, this is Argo loses 1 crew. Like, that sucks. You know, Titans are. If you lose a battle, you've generally lost 4 Titans. Titans, at least Dreamwalkers, are somewhat of a replaceable resource. Like, you don't want to be losing a ton all the time, but crew is a much more finite resource. So you really want to avoid these routines. On the back of this is a different routine. This is, you notice at the bottom it says Menestus routine. This is for the challenge mode. So we were going to completely ignore this side for the campaign. Additionally, you have the signature card. This is the primordial signature move. It's like a special type of attack certain effects will generally tell you when to trigger the signature. Harder primordials during their round, so during Labyrinthauros' round, he will, in general, just draw an AI card. We'll perform that one AI card, and then it'll be Titan round, and all 4 of our Titans get to go and take their turn. Harder primordials may do an AI card and the signature. For instance, Temenos does AI card and signature every single primordial round. So signatures can add a high degree of difficulty. And then we have this other BP3 card. This is like a trap card. I think there's another effect that tells you when to add this to the deck, but this gets set aside. The setup instructions are actually in the book too, about like talking about these things. So if you're doing this for the first time, just read the book. The battle setup will provide that information for you, but I'm just providing it now. And then we have, I'm going to be keeping this out of view. I'll show it when I need to. I don't know, we'll see if I can find a good way to show it all the time, but this is the primordial sheet. And so on here, it tells you like all the traits about the Labyrinthauros and what they do. So here's some awesome artwork. We have a thing called a VP, which is a vantage point, which is a good place to try to wound the primordial from. Generally, it's easier to try to wound the primordial from a VP, but getting onto a VP is hard, and most primordials require you to unlock the BP first. So in Labyrinthauros' case, I think you unlock the BP, or the VP, I'm sorry, I'll have to enunciate that too, because I don't know how clearly that's going to come out on audio. But you have to unlock the vantage point by getting a crit on certain wound cards, and that can trigger the VP, the vantage point, to open up. You need to crit a BP to get the VP. Yeah, that's really going to require me to enunciate, but I need to do that anyway. And then if you unlock the VP, the vantage point, then there's some tests that talk about how you actually get on. But that's not going to be important to start. There's other traits that the primordial has that describe just like what makes this primordial different from another primordial. Like other than its AI cards, what things does it generally do? Just talking about it at a high level while I am continuing to set things up. The Labyrinthauros, especially at later levels, meaning level 2+. I'm just going to set him off to the side because we don't know. I'll explain how we know where to position him, but I'm going to set him off to the side for now. The Labyrinthauros at anything past level 1, so level 2+, is going to be doing a lot of like bouncing back and forth on the map. He's going to be laying down labyrinth tiles, then running to another part of the map, laying down labyrinth tiles, running to another part of the map. The labyrinth tiles impede my Titans from moving. So like these red walls are walls that my Titans cannot move through. My Titans cannot attack through them. So Labyrinthauros is just like him laying down more and more labyrinth tiles makes it harder for me to attack him. But they don't affect Labyrinthauros for the most part. In some cases, like because these tiles, I showed you those terrain card things that had the information on them. Labyrinth tiles are obscuring, so some primordials cannot get line of sight through them. Labyrinthauros has a trait called Maze Sense, which allows him to just see Titans through those. Like they don't provide any kind of obscuring trait. They don't block line of sight. So we can't hide from Labyrinthauros in the mazes, which kind of makes sense. If you could hide from Labyrinthauros in the mazes, you know, what are we doing? Let's go to our regular view here again. And now I'm just going to be like shuffling all these. So let me check because I forgot we're at level 3 here. So because we're at level 3, we activate a new trait and it changes his statistics for like, just gonna keep going back and forth here. I mean, I expect to do this. We're gonna be explaining a lot of things to make this easier for you folks to read. We're gonna be at level 3. So the important things that I want to call out here. Like, I'll explain the traits, ignore the long bits of text for now. The green fist symbol that says 8+ on it is meaning it takes, when you're doing an accuracy check to see if you can try to wound a BP card, you have to roll an 8 or higher for it to be a hit. So on your D10, you need an 8, 9, or 10. So 30% chance to hit per die, assuming there's no bonuses. The little foot symbol there is how far Labyrinthauros can move. And so if he has a move action as part of his AI card, like he wouldn't be able to hit a Titan that was 8 spaces away, for instance. And then the little heart with the 10 next to it is how many wounds it takes to defeat him. And then these other symbols down here, +1, this is going to be escalation. So because we're getting to a harder and harder Labyrinthauros fight, we are going to start with escalating the BP and AI decks, and I'll explain that as I'm building the decks. And then this is a +1 danger, so this means every time Labyrinthauros does an attack on a Titan, let's say the Titan is, let's look at this, for instance. There we go. If we had this attack, and let's say, so this is an attack that the Titan would get 2 dice to try to evade. They would have to roll 9 or higher on each die to evade that hit. If they didn't evade any hits, they would take 2 hits. And so 2 hits times 2 danger per hit is 4. This means we would take 1 extra danger for the whole thing. So it's not 1 per hit. At some points in harder fights, there might be it might change to +1 per hit. But for now, it's just +1 tacked on to the total. If you're able to get the total danger down to 0, or let me correct that. If you're able to get a full evade, so you avoid all of the hits, or you like block a hit, like if you don't take any hits, then you don't add that total. You're good. You don't add that 1 danger to your total. Okay. So let's continue going back here. Again, I probably won't always be the best at shuffling on camera, but we'll try to be good at it. We'll try to be good about it when we're starting off. I'm gonna be looking away as I'm shuffling these too. You can't see my face, so I could just be lying to you. Let's have it face away from me too, just so you know. All right, we're gonna stop there. Shoot. Well, this is not what I wanted, but it's a good example. So you can see the AI 3 card is at the top of the AI 3 deck. That's not an immediate danger because like these AI 3 cards are just going into a little far away stack for now. As we escalate into an AI 3 though, that will be the first AI 3 that gets put into the AI deck. So seeing the AI 3 is somewhat likely this fight, depending on how it goes. So we'll have to keep that in mind. Then we're going to shuffle our AI 2 deck. These ones are a little bit less important about seeing the backs of them because there's no, as far as I know, there's no difference in indicator on the back of the AI 2s between cards. AI 2. And then AI 1. And normally, if we didn't have any escalations to start, we would just shuffle this and we'd say, okay, this is our AI deck to start the fight. But because we have 1 escalation from our primordial sheet that told us that 1 with a little up arrow, we're going to take this, we're going to put this in the removed deck, like it's removed from the battle. We don't know which AI 1 got removed, so even if you fight the primordial a bunch of times, you get a feel for the different attacks that he has at AIs 1, 2, and 3. Well, one of them's gone, and we don't know which one. And yeah, so we are at a little bit of an information disadvantage there. So we removed an AI 1, so we now have 5 AI cards in our deck, but as part of that escalation, we're replacing that AI 1 with an AI 2. And so now we're going to shuffle that again. I will shuffle in a way that I'm looking away. Okay, I'm not looking at the camera either, I swear. I'm just looking up at the ceiling, and we're going to stop in 3, 2, 1. All right. AI 1, okay, whew, that's good. If you can start off fighting a primordial and they have an AI 1 on the top of their deck, that's nice, because the primordial will go first in a battle in a majority of the time. There's certain exceptions to that, but a primordial generally goes first. Now we're going to do something similar with the BP deck, that we did with the AI deck. Let's construct this. There's no, on the BP3s, there's no indicator of like a special BP3. Again, at least as far as I'm aware of. I haven't actually looked at all these ones that closely. But I don't think there's any indicator for like a special BP3 like there is an AI3. Do our AI or BP2. We're going to set aside a card because we're going to escalate our BP deck with that. Oops. Shuffle that in. And we're going to remove this card. Again, we don't see which BP card is getting removed. I'm going to take our BP2, shuffle it in. Nope. Sometimes it's just bad at shuffling on camera. Y'all make me nervous. Stop doing that. Leave me alone. All right, we're going to shuffle here, and we're going to stop, and we're BP1. Yeah, okay. So it's nice to start off a battle with an AI1 and a BP1. When you're going through a fight, one of the core mechanics of Aeon Trespass combat is the, oh gosh, what is it, the ICP, the inverted combat paradigm. I think that's the right terminology. But basically it's just saying that the longer a fight goes on, the stronger you get and the stronger the primordial gets. So that's opposed to something, say, like Gloomhaven, which another game I love. Gloomhaven, oh my gosh, I played so much Gloomhaven, Frosthaven, Gloomhaven 2nd edition. The fan-made expansion for Gloomhaven, Gloomhaven too much time. Can you tell I just like sitting in analysis paralysis? But yeah, in something like Gloomhaven, you start off with all of your abilities at the very beginning, and then you gradually get worse or weaker and weaker as the fight goes on because you're losing cards over time. So on the one hand, that gives you flexibility because from the start of the battle, you have everything available to you. You have the most decisions that you can make. In this, you are weaker at the beginning of the battle as you get things like rage, or as you build up even like fate and danger that might allow you to use special abilities on your equipment. But gaining rage allows you to use these things on your Titan sheet called a Kratos. Oh my gosh, a Kratos table, which allows you to put certain tokens in this thing called a Kratos pool, which basically is saying like, okay, I am helping the next Titan to be able to power up their attack. So it's a little bit of that cooperativeness going on, which is great. Oh, and what I wanted to do here is I'm going to take our BP deck and put it over on this right side so you can see the top card of the BP deck. And similarly with the AI deck, I'm going to put that over here. Being able to see the card that's coming up on the top of the BP and AI deck, like even if it's not flipped over, just seeing the back of it is very helpful information. It will give you, it'll help you plan out who should be attacking or if you should attack. And you'll see as that kind of comes up, and I'll be talking about that as the fight's going on and the decisions that I'm making. And then we're going to put I'm just going to put our signature card and routine card in here so I can see it. And then our special like BP3 trap card that we don't know what to do with yet. I'm just going to set that aside here. I'll set it face up so it's not confusing. Let's see. So I'm keeping this Labyrinthauros primordial sheet. I'm keeping it within range that I can easily see. So I apologize to you because you cannot see it, but it's easier for me. And I'm playing this game more for me than I am for you. So you're going to deal with it, but I'll see if I can make things better at some point in the future. Let's see. Battle setup. We need to do standard preparations. And they're defined in the rule book. I think we did most of those already. Explaining some other things that are on the table. We have our Kratos and Moiros cards. Let's go ahead and give those a shuffle before the battle begins. We probably won't be using these. Moiros cards come into play if you if you get to Fate over 9 for the first time, so if your Titan or your Argonaut goes to over 9 Fate for the first time in a battle, they're going to draw a Moiros card. If they do it a second time, then they just die, I think. Kratos cards are different. I think there's only I think the only way you actually draw a Kratos card is if an effect tells you explicitly to make a Kratos check. So they don't really come up that often. I'll have to double check that. I think that's correct though. So I don't think we're at risk of drawing any Kratos cards against Labyrinthauros. Okay, let's see. Working my way down. This little stack over here, so I'm going to be putting BP cards once we've wounded them. I will keep a little counter die. I have a bunch of these little spin down dice here that we're going to use to indicate. Oh, you probably can't even see that, can you? A little bit you can. So I'm going to use that to indicate like true 0, not 10. And I will spin that up as we get more wounds, so we have a quick visual for how many wounds we have on him. And then, so yeah, we have our like AI 2 and 3, BP 2 and 3. These are for when we need to add them and escalate, like during escalation. These are the decks we actually care about for AI and BP. We have an AI 1 and a BP 1 on top. We have our Titan and Argonaut setups here, so I can talk about those a little bit. So you always have 4 Argonauts active at any given time. And each Argonaut is going to pilot a Titan, assuming you have at least 4 Titans to go into a battle with. If you have fewer than 4 Titans, then, well, tough luck. You are going to be doing that battle with fewer than 4 Titans, which is significantly harder to do. So actually, maybe a view that I need to bring up here is, no, not that one. Let's bring up our adventure view here just so we can see. I want to show some of the Titans that I have. Let me take a sip of water real quick. You know what, actually, what I should be doing from this point on is instead of just muting the microphone, I should just pause the recording. Because I changed OBS to actually not have the same recording settings as stream, so I can actually pause it now. So maybe I'll do that, or maybe I'll just keep annoying you. Okay, so what I wanted to show is we are now at a part of the battle where we are deciding what our loadout for each Argonaut should be. So things that you can't swap in and out for Argonauts are your Nemoses. So each Argonaut, when they get their Nemoses, that's it. Those are the Nemoses they have for the rest of their lifetime. I don't think there's exceptions to that. There's often exceptions to everything. So in general, I'll just say that with every rule that I say, your Argonaut is stuck with the Nemesis they have, for better or for worse. So sometimes you'll be planning your builds around that. We have, of our 10 Titans that we have in our Titan Stoa, as it's called, we have mostly Dreamwalkers. You can see I have some that are named. So if we go into this one, we can see that this guy's name is Apodemos. I think when I was looking this up, what was I looking for? It's something like ancient Greek for far from home, or longing for home, or something like that. This was a Spartan Dreamwalker Titan that we found in Crete, and Spartan Dreamwalker Titans are from, oh gosh, they're from, why am I blanking on the name? They're Cycle 2 Titans, but we found one. Anyway, we're just going to skip past that. So you can choose any 4 Titans to put down. These ones that are named Titans, it's not like you're looking for Apodemos to appear on here. These are just names that you give to Titans for, like when a special part of the story comes up, it'll tell you name this Titan and give them this special trait or something like that. It's just as a kind of like a story building mechanic. So you build a relationship with some of those Titans, and you don't. It's to help you not treat Titans just like a resource. Like, they are living beings, and you are working along one side of one another. And so the loss of Titans is intended to be meaningful. That being said, sometimes you just have to sacrifice Titans in combat, but you know, you'll see some story things that come up that make you feel a certain way about that, or maybe you won't, depending on your morals. So yeah, I have a loadout that has been sitting here just this entire time because it's what I last fought the Pursuer with, my adversary. And I probably won't change it very much, but we can maybe we'll go into like a specific one. Let's talk about one of them in detail, and then I'll just give a quick overview of some of the other ones. So we have our Argonaut, Fisher. This little token I just used to say if they've gone or not. So check mark means this Argonaut has not gone this round. They're ready to go. As soon as I activate them, I flip it to the not ready side. On an Argonaut's turn, or on a Titan's turn, like usually what I'll probably be saying as I'm going through the battles, I'm going to be referring to Titans mostly by their names on here. Just because as you go further and further into the campaigns or into the cycles, you unlock special Titans and they look different, and I don't know, I just call them by their class per se. So this is Lucia, Solon, Phyloctera, and Herodotus. But they are all Dreamwalker Titans. So for Fisher, she is piloting Ulyssia, another word I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce. And then we have our Titan sheet here. So we keep our Triskelion on here. Again, there's the three things on here are Rage, Fate, and Danger. She is zeroed out on all of them right now, but you can gain Rage, Fate, and Danger during the voyage and adventure parts of the story. Just like in yesterday for day 36, when we were on that adventure, we gained 2 Danger with Olympia, who's piloting Phyloctera, to back up Princess Akakalos when we were talking with the Ariadne's children group. So we have our Titan sheet. Let's go ahead and pull that up. Look at this. I have just 3D printed things to help keep things organized. Really helps me a lot, to be honest. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, and look at that awesome artwork. And then we have, let's compare it to the mini. Ooh, yeah, look at that, just spot on. Wow. I'm not the best painter, but I do a decent job. Good enough. It's better than gray, as they say. So Phyloctera is piloting this pilot Ulyssia, who is a standard Dreamwalker Titan. This is just her, obviously her artwork over here, but this is a place on her Titan sheet where you generally put tokens that you might gain throughout a battle, positive or negative tokens. Tokens are usually negative, but sometimes they can be positive. And then we go over here. We have a red power die. So during an attack, you're first rolling to see if you can hit, and then if you hit, you make a power roll. Dreamwalker Titans by default just have a red power die. Again, we have 3 types of power die in the first 3 cycles. We have a red, black, and a white. In ascending power order, it's red is the weakest, then black is the second, or black is like medium, and then white is the strongest. And if you just look at different sides, you can see they have different symbols on them. So these little dots we don't have any use for right now. They will have a different use later in the game. But the 2 symbols that we really care about are these lines with the little indentation on them. They are power. And then the little triangular symbols over there are potential. So we will explain those a bit more when we get into power rolls and armor rolls, because they have different meanings for each of them. But yeah, so has a red power die, so not, you know, any kind of notably strong titans. Their power die is just the weakest tier. Then they have this ability. Every Dreamwalker has this rush ability. If they have 2 or more danger, which if we were looking at Olympia, she does have 2 or more danger, so she could activate this at the beginning of the battle. Other Argonauts / Titans will have to wait until they get more danger from likely being attacked. So for part of this rush ability, as long as you have 2 or more danger, then you can pay the cost of this ability, which is a 1 fate and then both your combat and movement abilities. Is abilities the right word there? There are very specific terminologies for things that I will probably not use very consistently during these videos. So like, again, don't use this as a straight up rules video. This is just, I'm going to give you the idea of how these things are played. Yeah, on an Argonaut's turn, they have a, it's an action, that's what it's called. They have a movement action, so that little foot symbol right there with the circle around it, and a combat action. Ignoring this ability for a second, if a Titan or an Argonaut were taking their turn, they could move then attack, they could attack then move. They could, if they had equipment that was not ready, you know, let's say we used these pieces of equipment at some point, we could sacrifice one of our movement or combat actions. And if you do that, let's say we were right next to the primordial, for instance. We were, before we attacked, we're like, well, we don't need to move anywhere, so we're going to sacrifice our movement. And we get to refresh all of our exhausted is the term they use in this game, exhausted equipment. And yeah. And then let's see. Yeah, so your movement action, obviously you can use to move around. Combat action you use to attack the primordial. There are other actions you can do called free actions, or you could use active abilities. You can use those free actions either before using either your movement or your combat, between using your movement and a combat, but not after. So after your Argonaut has used both their movement and their attack, they're done. That's it. Their turn is over. You don't get like that, oh, let me just take 1 extra second to like, I don't know, use this ability that I had, like Ulysses / Fisher. They have this Nemos ability that allows them to unexhaust a gear card. Show that. So that's an example of an active ability they could use as part of a free action window. She could use this at the very start of her turn before she moved. She could use it after she's moved or after she's attacked, but she cannot use it after she's moved and attacked. It's a little confusing. That's something they actually changed in Kingdoms Forlorn, which was, I think, an awesome change. I do not recommend house ruling it to allow yourself to get that window after you've used both movement and combat, because there are some mechanics in the game that like were balanced around not having that free action window after your movement and combat. But I think there was an update that said that for future versions of ATO, like the 12 Sins of Heracles, I think they said that they are going to balance it in a way that you can have that free ability window. So yeah, and actually let's take a look at this other Nemos that she has real quick. Nope, I'm getting all over the place here. Let's finish looking at her Titan sheet. So for Rush, If she had 2 or more danger, she could spend a fate in both her movement and combat actions or abilities. No, actions is the right word. And she would get to perform this ability where she would move with +1 movement and perform a melee or reach attack with auto break 1. You must move at least 3 spaces and reach your target via the shortest path possible. So this is a handy ability if you're like, ooh, I'm just barely out of reach of trying to hit that primordial and I really need to hit them this round. You can, potentially use Rush to give you that extra movement. Also, you could use it for that auto break, which is a great ability, and we'll explain more what auto break means as we go into the game. And we talk about the ability windows during an attack. Continuing looking at our loadout for an Argonaut. This is her other Nemos ability. So you can see there's a couple of different symbols here. So this one where it's like the card is turning to the sideways, it is exhausting the card. So an exhausted card can be unexhausted by using either your movement or your combat action to instead refresh all of your exhausted cards. That includes gear and Nemos abilities, or Nemos cards, I should say. If you had a Nemos card that had 2 different exhaustible abilities, you couldn't use each one before unexhausting. This exhaust applies to the entire card. Down here at the level 2, so this Nemos, and I'll show real quick on the adventure screen. If we go to Argonauts, Fisher, we can see that her 2 Nemos abilities, so this one, Curse of the Gods, is her dominant Nemos. We have many more nodes for this Nemos, so we have unlocked more of her abilities on this. So we have access to some of these more powerful things. So the level 2 ability allows us to say, hey, if we're at 6 or more danger, then we can discard this card. So I flip a card over to show that it's been discarded. You can discard this card to re-roll an awakening roll. In the normal campaign, that's a fine ability. In Menestus Theater, that's a great ability. We won't get into that. And then level 3 is the final level of the Nemos card. Every Nemos card has 3 levels of abilities. But this one says, when another Titan is about to gain danger, you can gain it instead. If this danger was dealt by an attack, resolve a trauma draw. And the cost of that would be, so there's no gate for this one, so you don't have to have any certain amount of danger for it, which is nice. You would just say, oh, hey friend, you're getting attacked and you can't really afford to gain that danger. Oh, well, actually, how about I take that danger? And the cost of that is you spend 1 fate. So we would take our Triskelion here and we would say, yep, all right, we're going to go up to 1 fate. And then we would discard that card. And then we would say, okay, well, that other Titan was about to take 4 danger. We're going to gain that 4 danger instead. And we'll do the trauma draw. So yeah, I'll explain trauma draws too when we get attacked, because that'll come pretty early in the battle. All right, so let's put this stuff back. Then some of her other gear here. There are, I wonder if I should show some of the rule book. There are different types of gear. Let's show some of the different symbols here. I'll just show everything that she has. Let's look at, let's look at the weapon first. Everybody likes a nice little spear. So the weapon is the thing that you're going to be attacking the primordial with. So this weapon is 2-handed. So every Titan has 2 hands. Most Titans have 2 hands. So they can have, up to 2 single-handed pieces of equipment, or they can have a single double-handed piece of equipment. So in this case, Ulyssia has a long-mast spear, which takes 2 hands. This little icon at the top right just means it's a gear card. And that's important, for example, because like this Nemos ability allows us to unexhaust a gear card specifically. We could not use this to unexhaust her other Nemos, for instance. It can only be used for gear cards. So we have that spear. When you're making an attack, like these symbols in the top left are basically saying we would get to roll with 3 d10s. You would always roll with 1 crit die. When I'm making an attack, I like to use my fun little green die there with my lucky die. You would get to roll with 3 dice. Put this back. And you would be able to get +2 to your precision bonus. So Labyrinthauros right now requires an 8 or higher to hit. That +2 would allow us to reduce that to a 6 or higher to hit, which is a huge bonus. Like those precision things can really come in handy. So Titan, you generally want to have at least 1 Titan with a high precision weapon, or a weapon that has a good precision bonus, because they will help you to get the fight started and help get some Kratos tokens in the pool that will help other Titans later on. It'll kind of, they start off the fight. Then we have some abilities down here. So reach 2, reposition 1. So if you're making, if you're making an attack and a weapon doesn't have like reach or ranged or something like that, then it's just a standard melee weapon. So here, for instance, is a jawbone axe that doesn't have reach or ranged. So with the jawbone axe, you'd have to be adjacent to the primordial to be able to initiate an attack. But with the long-mast spear, you can be up to, like, you can have 1 space in between you and the primordial. So like for instance, you could be here, or the primordial could be there, Ulysses could be here, and she would be able to hit with her long-mast spear. Which, being able to have that 1 space in between can be very, very important, because it can help you avoid some negative effects that might come from wounding or failing to wound a BP card. And then reposition 1 allows us to do, like, kind of move away from the primordial or change our position after we've attacked them during the second ability window. Again, I'll talk about those ability windows in general later on. Then if she's at 5 or higher danger, she additionally gets to put 2 opening tokens in the Kratos pool. So it gives her the ability to make it easier for the next Titan to hit on their attack. It's kind of similar to, like, these 2 opening tokens would apply a similar bonus to, like, having +2 precision on a weapon. So that's her weapon. Let's see, other pieces of gear here. Next, let's look at the Glimmer Shroud. And the Glimmer Shroud, okay, I had to make sure I started my recording again. I actually paused that time to take my drink of water. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of canceling out that nicety now because I'm telling you that I did it. But I wanted to make sure that I actually reactivated the recording, because I'm terrified of, like, pausing it and then going an hour and a half and being like, oh shit, I just didn't record that at all. That would really suck. Okay, so Glimmer Shroud here, this is her armor. So every Titan can have 1 piece of armor equipped. So this is, like, generally like your chest piece or something of that nature. Armor tends to be more defensive in nature rather than offensive. During an evasion roll, this would allow her to reroll 4 dice for free. So usually if you're doing an evasion roll or an accuracy, if you're doing an evasion roll when the primordial is attacking you, or you're doing an attack roll when you are attacking the primordial, if you're rolling these d10, generally you can spend 1 fate to reroll a d10. So if you rolled, let's say, I don't know, a 1, an 8, and a 4, you could spend 1 fate per die that you wanted to reroll and get another chance. You have to spend the fate for each die all at once, and you only get 1 reroll. You can't keep spending more fate. So yeah, it's limited in what you can do, but fate rerolling is super useful. But yeah, this reroll, the defensive abilities are on the right side. I don't know if I said that already, but this would allow you to reroll up to 4 dice during an evasion roll for free. So you don't have to spend that fate. Moving down to some of these other keywords here. Unique means there's only one piece of this gear in the game. And if you were to somehow have another piece of it, I think it specifies only one Titan can have this equipped at any given time. So if you like bought 2 copies of Aeon Trespass, so you could really have those 2 Glimmer Shrouds, the rules do technically prevent you from doing that. So, you know, don't go spending those hundreds and hundreds of dollars to get that second Glimmer Shroud. It's not that good, though it is good against Labyrinthauros. Then we have Ignore Crash and Obel draws caused by Trample. Trample is an ability that Labyrinthauros has where, like, during certain points, you know, if Labyrinthauros is told to trample, he's just going to charge ahead at maximum movement and then turn to face the most Titans. And if he runs over a Titan, he's going to knock them down, which can prevent them from taking actions. And if he runs over a knocked down Titan, he can, is it kill them or just force them to do an Obel draw? Let me check. Okay, yeah. If Labyrinthauros moves through or ends its movement on a knockdown Titan, that Titan draws an Obel. And that's specifically on the trample keyword there. So this ability allows this Titan to kind of ignore that trample. Then we have another danger gate there. All right, we're gonna fast forward through some of these things so you can actually just see them in action. Then we have some other like equipment. These 2 things are accessories, I think is what they're actually called in the game. The symbol is like an accessory slot or a support slot. I think that's what it's called. Every Titan has up to 2, like Titans generally have 2 support slots by default. This one allows us to reflex, so move out of the way during certain windows when we see that little exclamation point mark. I'm sure we'll see a chance for that in a primordial attack coming up. And to use it, she would spend a fate and then exhaust it. So she would need to refresh it to be able to use it again. And then we have Spring Harness, which allows her to stand up. Getting knocked down and knocked back are big mechanics in the game overall, but especially in Cycle 1, like being able to have ways to stand up is very useful, because otherwise if you're knocked down and you can't do anything about it, you basically end up burning an entire turn for that Titan, not doing anything. So being able to stand up and like being able to avoid knockdown and or get rid of knockdown after you have it is a very useful thing to have. And then we have this, which is an attachment. Then this is an attachment. I think I got this with story loot. Oh, I wonder if I'll have to double check. This is story loot. I'm trying to remember if I actually unlocked this, or I thought this might have been, there's a piece of loot that I have, or a piece of gear that I have that I think I should technically be able to start out with, because it came with the Tail Spinner Titan. Okay, well I'll check that off camera. I'm gonna assume I can use this, but I will have to double check. This is Unseen Scar. This is an attachment that tells you can, like generally attachments either go onto a Titan or a weapon, and each I think a Titan has up to 3 attachment slots and a weapon has 1 attachment slot. Attachments are pretty rare early on in the game. This is one of the few that we have right now, and the benefit is that you can ignore a despair token when applying despair penalties. Yeah, hold on, let me, okay, now I'm gonna pause the recording, so give me 1 second. Okay, so I did double check. Unseen Scar is promo gear that I got from ordering the Tail Spinner Titan, which was like a promo Titan that you could buy. And I don't think they ever gave official directions for like when the gear should be unlocked. It is cycle 1 gear, so like technically you can't even, it's not ascended either, so you can only use it in cycle 1. So I've just been playing with it since the beginning of cycle 1. I think that's fine. So we're gonna stick with that. But yeah, so this is an attachment for the Titan. It allows us to ignore a despair token, or the penalty for a despair token. Yeah. But it does have a negative consequence where if we roll a 1 on our crit die when we're trying to evade a primordial attack, we would suffer knockdown. No knockdown. We just discard the card and place a Z Labyrinth tile under your Titan. This is a Z Labyrinth tile. All right, so enough of me just blathering on. I think we're ready to start. I think I need to shuffle my trauma cards. I'll show shuffling those since I'm going to be, actually, let's just do this. I'm going to keep, no, I'll just use the main camera for it. Let's go back to our main view here. I keep the trauma cards up to the side just because it's easier for me to reach them. Trauma cards are divided into a few groups. You have minor trauma, you have major trauma, you have grave trauma, and you have obols. So when you are, making sure I'm not messing anything up, on a Titan sheet, there's different levels for like, oh, if you have suffered this danger from an attack, it's like you're still at level 1 to 3. Like if you only suffered a little bit of damage and you have to make a trauma draw, then you're going to draw and resolve a minor trauma. So in some cases, they're going to be, okay, fine, I'll go back to this view. In some cases, they're going to be negative. Go ahead and put this back up here again. In some cases, they're going to be negative, as indicated by that little minus symbol down there. Some of them are also specific to a given cycle. Let's see if we can find a positive one. Nope, that's negative. That's positive. In some cases, they can be positive. And so there's good things. So you may have gotten attacked, you may have suffered some danger, but hey, here's a good thing that can happen. In this case, it's placing up to 2 opening and or break tokens in the Kratos pool. The other thing that minor trauma cards serve for is they have these directional arrows in the bottom left corner. So how we've been talking about, we need to figure out where the primordial is, because the Labyrinthauros can be on either space A or space B. Those arrows in the minor trauma deck will help us determine that momentarily. So we're going to go and shuffle. Go back to this view. We're going to shuffle our minor trauma cards in here. Get a few different types of shuffling going on. All right, that feels good. Then we have our major trauma cards. We're going to shuffle those. Different types of shuffling. Okay. Then we have our grave trauma cards. So as you're going up in level of trauma, oops, flip that one over, you get increasingly worse and worse. Or again, I'll say more dramatic things because the positive effects can be more positive too. You get increasingly strong effects from the cards. The grave trauma cards have these disemboweled cards, which are just you die. The disemboweled cards are probably the crappiest trauma cards there are, because if you draw an obol, which I'll show here, you start off with 2 obol cards in the obol deck. One is a you live, one is a you died. We're at a point in the game where you don't initially have this at the very beginning of the game, but you pretty quickly unlock it. If you draw a you died obol, you would and so you draw a you died obol by going above 9 danger and then having to make a trauma draw. So yeah, if you can see, you probably can't see the really zoomed in here, but there's like a level down here that shows the same symbol that's on here. So if you have 10 or more danger, you don't store anything above 9 danger on your Triskelion, but every time you go above 9, you would make an obol draw. And at least if you draw you died obol, you have a chance at making that awakening roll. And if you roll a 10, you awaken into one of those god forms we talked about in the last video. But if you don't roll a 10, then you die. What's it called? Disemboweled grave traumas are worse in that, in that you can't do an awakening roll on them. There's no instruction on there to do an awakening roll. It's kind of hard to do a shuffle of 2 cards. So what I usually do is I just try to not think about as I'm shuffling them how many times I've shuffled it, so I lose track. And then I will also roll a die, and if it's even, so I don't know if people know what the modulus operator is in programming, but I usually roll a die and then divide that die by the number of cards in the obol deck, and then whatever the remainder is how many times I rotate it. So in this case, since it's even or odd, or since it's just 2 cards, we're just looking at even or odd. So if we roll an odd number, we will put the top card on the bottom. If we roll an even number, then we'll keep it as is. So 7, that's odd. So we would do 7 divided by 2 is 3 remainder 1. So we do 1 rotation. So now we don't know what that is. I'm going to rotate this in a way that I can't see it. Some other things that we have off camera are different types of condition tokens and all this other nonsense. One thing that I'm actually going to do as a reminder, because we had that one of the traits for the level 3 Labyrinthauros, that he does 1 extra danger per attack. I'm just gonna put, oops, not those dice, put a little reminder here for myself that he does 1 extra thing. Let's see. So we shuffled our trauma cards. We have to place our titans before we determine where the Labyrinthauros is going. Oh, the other thing, actually the reason why I wanted to pull up this a while ago is because I wanted to show to our Argo, go into Titans. We have some Titans that have some special attachments to them, or not attachments, but they have different Kratos and or trauma cards. So I think I'm going to pull those back out. I didn't use them when I was fighting the Pursuer, because once you lose one of these special Titans, it's harder to get them back. Or it's hard to get these attachments back on them. I gotta stop calling them attachments. They're not attachments. They are trauma they are trauma or Kratos cards. Additionally, we also have another special Titan called a Maze Runner Titan. We have that there. So this was our first truly unique type of Titan, our first non-Dreamwalker Titan. And we got her from the Omega adventure from the first story hub, I think. And we can get access to we will get the ability to create more of these Maze Runner Titans later, but right now we only have the one. Do I want to use her in this fight? No, let's keep it simple for now. Let's just kind of stay with the same setup that we have. But I will use some of these other special Titans. So we have Kairos, who has this harsh conditioning trait. Harsh conditioning says, after suffering, oh no, I have to use this camera. There it is. After suffering a major or grave trauma or an obol, lose 1 fate. So we might want to put that on somebody who is expecting to have to resolve a number of trauma draws. So this person down in my bottom right, Herodotus, is kind of my tankier Titan just because they have a shield. So they have a little bit more ability. The other thing they have is some Nemos abilities that allow them to act more as a tank. Then we'll have our, let's see, we have our Spartan Dreamwalker, our Dreamwalker 2, and our Maze Walker. Do I really care about where those go? Yeah, let's put our Maze Walker down here on Solon because he has a heavy hitting weapon, and Maze Walker allows him to gain +1 movement when he's moving through these labyrinth tiles. So he's a heavy hitter, and we want him to be able to hit frequently. Then let's do, actually, no. Let's do, you're my heaviest hitter. Phyloctera is my heaviest hitter with a Pyramidion. So we want her to have that. We're going to give Spartan Dreamwalker Kratos card to Solon. Or really, we're saying that Anacreon is actually piloting the Apidemos Titan. And then we will give this one to Ulyssia. The reason why it's a little bit important to clarify like who has what is that you get these cards under like these Kratos and Trauma cards under certain conditions, and you can't just be swapping them in the campaign between Titan, like from Titan to Titan. So you can't just say, oh, actually, I want to change my mind. I want this Titan who had the Maze Walker Kratos card to also have harsh conditioning. We had to give them 2 separate Titans, and so, you know, we can move the Titan around between which Argonaut is piloting it, but we can't like start changing the Kratos and Trauma cards that are associated with that Titan just while deciding our loadout. Okay, the rest of this we're gonna stay as is. Let's see. Here's another. This is a support item that has charges associated with it, so you can only use this support item a limited number of times. And then these up here are, like we had talked about these technologies before. Bonuses, Argo abilities. These are the Argo abilities. They are things for how the Argo can help us during our combat, how our ship can help us in combat. So they have a limited number of charges and they have special effects with them. You use them like free actions. Each Argo ability you can activate once per round. So you could activate it once in a primordial round and then once in the following Titan round. That's important because some of them, like this Pursuer Protocol, give reflex, which can be activated during a window of opportunity, like that little triangle that we saw that had the exclamation point in it. You might see those in both the primordial and the Titan round. You don't just use this as a free action, you activate it during that specific window. So you could do this once during the primordial round and once during the Titan round. Okay. Emerging boat, are you done talking? Come on, man. I think so. All right, let's put our Titans into place, and then we can determine where our Primordial is going, and then we can have the Primordial draw their first AI. So on this diagram, you can see these 4 little I guess flames is what they are. Yeah, they're little flames. And that tells us where our titans can go. So we could just say like all these, I'll put them in random flame spots right now, but these are the 4 spots that we can start in. So I usually just do that initially to like get a visual for where they can be. And then I'll think about, okay, like how do I want to actually position them? Because we don't even know where the primordial is going to be starting out. I'm trying to get better about pausing it when I go to take some water. And for the rest of this video, I'm just going to keep telling you about it. But maybe in future videos, I'll shut my mouth and just pause it like a normal person and then do what I need to do, because this is just wasting more time. Anyway, so how do we want to position our titans? So we know that Labyrinthauros can start over either here or here, so we kind of want to plan for 1 titan on either side. The way that Labyrinthauros normally behaves is that he's going to attack the furthest titan in front in range. Not necessarily always in front, just the furthest titan in range. And so he has a movement of 7 right now, yeah. And his starting spot is either here, or is that right? No, it's 2 spaces off the edge. Right, so it'd be his starting spot is either here in these 4 spots. Again, aggressive with touching the board there. Or it's going to be here in these 4 spots. And so Herodotus, this guy with our shield, both in the miniature and in our equipment, he's one of our main tankier titans. We're okay with him taking hits. Additionally, who else do we want to be somebody that we're okay with taking hits? That's going to be Ulyssia, not necessarily because she has like an amazing tank loadout. She has an okay tank loadout, but mainly because she is not necessarily one of our heavy hitters. She has a decent weapon to be hitting early on because it has that precision bonus, and all the other weapons that our other titans have no precision bonus, which is not necessarily ideal. But we don't want to lose our heavier hitting titans. Also, one thing that I need to do, you don't have a lot of these early on in the game, but Pyramidion has, and if I can get that to actually like focus so we can read the text there. I don't have steady hands. It has a start of battle effect. So the start of battle effect for this is like something that we resolve. I think it's right before we do the primordial positioning. I forget when it is. I should double check that. But in this case, it doesn't necessarily matter that much when we do it. But at the start of battle, we need to gain the dread condition card with this Argonaut. So we're going to go to. We're going to grab one of these fear condition cards. I have all these condition cards to the side in this handy little holder. And on the reverse side of fear, all right, let's pull this up. On the reverse side of fear, we have the dread condition, and let's actually focus in on player 3, Phylactera. So the dread condition says you have -4 precision. When on a rear space or a weak spot or a VP, you have -2 precision instead. If you gain this condition card a second time or you gain the fear condition card, you die. So while the Pyramidion is a great weapon, it comes with this downside of you start off the battle terrified or just filled with a sense of dread. And it's going to make it harder for you to land that initial attack. So one of the main way that you're supposed to get rid of dread is that you can achieve this face your fear condition, which is when you deal a wound, discard the condition card and gain 2 positive precision tokens. So long story short, Dread is going to make it harder to deal a wound, but if you do successfully deal a wound, you're going to have bonus precision for the remainder of the fight. So you've faced your fears, you've conquered your dread, you feel better about it, you have this clarity of mind, you have a better chance to hit with your weapon. And +2 precision for the Pyramidion, excellent. So harder for us to get off that first hit, but huge rewards when we get it. And so conditions I generally put here sideways like this, just to remember that we have them. It gets a little tricky when a Titan has more than more than 2 conditions, I mean, but we'll figure that out when the time comes. Let's see. Oh, and the other thing to note about that is with the Pyramidion, it's got what's called an evolving trait. So anytime, what does it say? Resolve your fate, blah, 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 blah. Resolve the face your fear effect on 9 fear or dread condition cards, and the reward is a different gear card. So we want to try to do that soon, because, or as soon as possible, because the reward is a pretty nice weapon in itself. And I have 2 of those marks on there. I don't think you could really see very well on that little blue tab that I had underneath of it, but I have done that twice already. 2 out of 9. So hopefully you'll make it 3 out of 9 here. You don't want to end a fight with some of these conditions. Like, I do not want to end the fight with this Argonaut still having dread, because then you get a faded Nemos card, and a faded Nemos card. Well, first of all, I didn't really plan for having room for them on the camera here, so we'll have to figure that out. But faded Nemos cards are like Nemoses, but they're the opposite in that they provide some kind of like ongoing negative effect that you want to try to get rid of. Sometimes they're mildly inconvenient. Sometimes they really suck and are just a pain in the butt. So we're gonna try to avoid getting them. Okay. So I'm just gonna end the video. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna end the video there. That would be an asshole thing to do. We're gonna finally get into the fight. Woo! All right, let's do it. We have, let's see, what time point are we at right now? We're an hour and 42 minutes into this. Doesn't matter, I'm still going to continue with it. We're gonna get into this fight and we're gonna go through it, and it's gonna take us probably at least another hour and a half or so, maybe more, depending on how much I'm talking, but we need to get into it. All right, so the final thing that we need to do for our preparation here is we need to draw a minor trauma card here. Here's our minor trauma card, and we're gonna check the back of it, or the front of it, to see which way we're facing. Dang, okay, well, annoyingly, when you're drawing a card to check the primordial position, you usually wanna draw a negative card just so you get it out of the way. But we're seeing that this is gonna be facing, this is a right-facing arrow, and if we look at our book, then it should tell us that a right-facing arrow means that we would put the Labyrinthauros in the A space facing to the right, which means the A space is over here, and he's going to be facing to the right. And that's kind of nice, because then we have him facing our primary. He's going to be closer to our primary target there. And then what I do with this this condition, or not condition card, the trauma card that I drew, is that I put it in the back of the minor trauma deck. Okay, last thing I promise is that this token right here is the priority target token. During the adventure phase, I normally use it to represent who is our leader. What the heck is it called? I can't remember. Lead Argonaut, lead investigator. Our lead Argonaut, I forget the term. But we need to use it in battles to represent who is our priority target. So who is the primordial going to focus on the most? Usually that's the angriest person there. And we have 2 rage right now from Oleander. He had some rage from a Nemos effect, I believe. And yeah. So he's going to get it. Somebody else can only get the priority target if they have an effect that like lets them do. Yeah, anyway. Let's get into the battle. Let's move these cards out of the way over here. We don't need those for battling. And I have music going on in the background that, well, hopefully you can't hear it. You're not supposed to be able to hear it, but I like to play some just like chill lo-fi when I'm doing normal stuff, and then we switch it to slightly more intense battle music when we're doing some fights. So let me find something good. The do is not part of the battle music. Is this actually, let me pause the recording real quick. Okay, there we go. Now I have my battle music playing. Let's go to our zoomed out view here. And we're ready to start. Check everything. Yes. We're good. Okay. Time to start. We're going to draw our first recorded AI card, because the primordial always goes first, and we drew this Rampage. So let me do this real quick. I have this little view here. Let's see how this works. It works pretty well. Hopefully you can at least somewhat read that. It's not the clearest, but so yeah, we have this Rampage card. Rampage, the mechanical bull gallops forward, striking all in its path. And it is going to be doing, so we're going to look at the targeting first. And it says furthest target in front in range. So every Titan is in front of the primordial right now. It has a movement of 7, so it's going to be using that to determine like who is in range. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would love to be able to like get to 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, to be able to like reach one of these further back Titans. But right now, because it has a movement of 7, it can't get to this furthest back ones. So the 2 Titans that are furthest in front in range that it can target are Herodotus. Oh, actually, well, I mean, this doesn't actually matter. I'm going to change this because one of the things I would have done at the beginning of this is because I had Odyssey as one of my other 2 people who I wanted to be potentially targeted. I would have switched her either with Solon or Phylactera. So I'm not going to think about which one I'm switching them with, because I basically, if I wanted to say Labyrinthauros would either target Herodotus if he started off on this side, or Phylactera, or Ulysses if he started out on this side. So in this case, Herodotus and Phylactera are both tied for their distance from the primordial. So both of them are the furthest in front in range. But in this case, we have, so if let's say Herodotus did not have the priority target token, let's say it was Solon, we could choose which of these 2 were going to get attacked. But in this case, Herodotus / Oleander have the priority target. So Herodotus is going to become the target of this attack. So let's change this view to be, that's weird that was moving around. Let's change this to be, there we go, Herodotus. So now we have completed the targeting. We're now on to the move and attack. We would move and attack all Titans in the path, not just the target. So if let's say if he had movement of 8 and he was able to attack Solon, then Labyrinthauros would be able to attack potentially both Herodotus and Solon. So thankfully, still only 7 movement. I don't think he gets 8 movement until you would have to face him in the Menestus Theater. So that's nice, but it would make him significantly harder. We have this little window of opportunity here, that little exclamation point. So if we wanted to, we could try to do what's called an out of reach evade. Out of reach evade, OOR evade. And the way that works is that if a Titan starts out as the target, but then is able to get out of range of the primordial during that window of opportunity, you would skip resolving the rest of the attack. You would still resolve the after attack or after final attack, but you would not have to do like the evasion rolls and everything. So we could use a reflex, which would allow you to move one space, move a Titan one space during that window. So for instance, we have this Pursuer Protocol, which has some charges of reflex on it. So we could use this on any Titan right now. Alternatively, we have some gear that allows Titans to do a reflex as well. Reflex is incredibly, like throughout all the cycles, it just remains a really helpful ability to have. So it's always good to have some on hand. But reflexing one is not amazing. Way better than nothing, but not really helpful in our scenario here because Labyrinthauros can move 7 and he only needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get to us. So moving one space away is not going to put him out of range, so we don't really have much benefit from reflexing right now. Well, not necessarily true, because on the after final attack, he's going to be doing a trample. So I think what we could do, as if we wanted to, we could reflex 1 during this first window of opportunity, and then we could reflex 1 again during the second window of opportunity, and that would allow us to not get trampled. That would require me to use 2 charges of reflex, like 1 from Pursuer Protocol, which is the shared Argo ability, another from the reflex that Herodotus just has from his Iapetus Lifeguard gear. I don't want to use both those yet because Herodotus also has a Nemos ability that lets him stand up. So trample will knock us down. I'm not really afraid of that with him. What I'm more afraid of is Solon would end up getting knocked down potentially. Do I care about him and trying to evade with him? Let me think about that. I do, but is it really worth spending? Can he stand up? He does have an Iolipile engine, so he could stand up as well. Yeah, I'm not going to be too worried about it. Maybe we'll see if I regret that later, but that's okay. So I'm not going to do anything during this first window of opportunity. So Labyrinthauros is going to move towards his target and attack. So Primordial is moving a zigzag pattern, so we could go boom, boom, or he could go boom, boom. But they move in that zigzag until they have a straight path to the Titan, and then they just move in a straight line. So either way, it doesn't really matter how we start off that zigzag. In some cases it does, but he's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He puts them there. And then we're gonna have this rampage that we have to try to evade. So like by default, Primordials, they just hit. We're just getting a chance to evade. The Primordial is not rolling to hit, we're rolling to evade. So there's no other Titans in the path, it's only Herodotus that's gonna get attacked. We have this gate over here that is, if the target who is getting attacked had 3 or more fate, then they would have to roll an extra evasion die because there'd be another hit that they could take. We're at 0 fate with Herodotus right now, so we don't have to do that. So we're gonna take 2 dice. Whenever you're rolling d10s, at least one of them will always be a crit die, because you can get a critical hit during an attack, or you can get a or I should say crit chance. And then with evasions, you can get a crit evade or a crit evade fail. Like we saw with the Unseen Scar that Odyssey has, a crit evade fail is negative for her. I don't think we have any crit evade fail effects for Herodotus. We do have a crit evade effect. So if we got a 10 on that crit evade die, we would get something positive potentially, but it's also blocked by this. You have to have 6 or higher danger. So he's not really going to benefit from that gated effect. So we're going to roll both of these. Boom. So we got a 6 and a 3. So neither of those hit. Technically, before the attack happens, you're supposed to declare a single defensive weapon that you can use for defending the attack. Like you can't throw 2 shields onto a single Titan and then just use both of them for every time you get attacked. You have to choose one of them. So you could still use 2 shields, but you can't use both shields in the same attack instance. But in this case, we have this shield gives us 2 free evasion rerolls, so we're going to take advantage of that. We're going to reroll our dice there. Didn't do anything for us. We have a 6 and a 4, so both of them that hit. The shield also has an effect on it that would allow us to do. We could spend a fate and exhaust this shield to block 1, so we could block 1 of the hits. But we don't really care. We don't need to. Each hit's going to deal 1 danger, and then we have that 1 bonus danger to worry about. So at most we would take 3 danger, but Herodotus also has this Ancient Siren Panoply armor, which has an armor die on it. And that armor die is going to be used now. And actually what I'm going to do is we'll try doing the reinforce here as well, just to show that as an effect. So during this attack, so I've done the evasion roll, I've resolved that. I am dealing with 2 hits that I'm potentially about to take. 2 hits is going to translate into 3 danger that I'm potentially about to take, because 1 danger per hit plus the 1 bonus one. So I'm potentially facing 3 danger. But if I use the reinforce effect on this card, then I can gain 1 fate. So we go from 0 fate to 1 fate. Nope, not 2. And then so normally we would have 1 red die to roll for our evasions, or I'm sorry, our armor roll. But instead we're going to have 3 because we're reinforcing 2. So we paid 1 fate. There's no other cost other than the fate, so this card does not get exhausted or anything. And instead of having 1 red die for armor rolls, we're going to have 3. And during this armor roll, we are looking for this potential symbol. So that's why these armor dice, I'll go back to this real quick. That's why armor dice are typically denoted with that armor or that potential symbols, because you care about them more during an armor reroll or an armor roll. But that being said, it's still extremely confusing. The symbology difference between a power die and an armor die is not great. In most cases, it's fine. It doesn't really matter. I think the one case where it's confusing is on, who was it? Demeter? Not Demeter. Yeah, Demeter. That one god form that we had where it's like, I think for a while when I was first playing, I was interpreting both of these as power dice, so I thought it was like a black die plus an extra black die as your power dice, which is really, really strong, and also really, really wrong. It's an armor die. So let's see if we can reduce from 3 danger that we're about to take to something lower. Roll our dice there, and we have 2 potential symbols. So we're going to reduce it from 3 danger that we're going to take to 1. So we didn't completely get rid of the danger, but we're only taking 1. So we go from 0 danger to 1 danger. And because we took danger from a primordial attack, we are going to make a trauma draw. So we're going to go to our trauma cards over here. We draw a minor trauma. This is just a top trauma card. We're going to see what the effect is. And amazing. It's a positive trauma. This is a good one to show as an example. Also, we can demonstrate what can be a very confusing mechanic, which is chain break. So this is feign death. Immediately chain break the primordial attack, gain the knockdown standing up condition card. So we're going to take this trauma card, we're going to discard it, which just means putting it at the bottom of that minor trauma deck. So we likely won't see it for the rest of this battle. But if there were other parts of this attack, I'm explicitly not referring to the after final attack. If there were other things about this, like let's say there was a gain an ambrosia token that came after this danger, then we could ignore that because of the chain break effect. Let's see. Additionally, this is a sequential attack, right? So chain break does, if there were other Titans that were about to take hits, then no other Titan would take a hit. Yeah, I wonder how that would have, I forget how chain break is, I think, probably one of the most unclear things in this game about like when do chain breaks happen, how do they affect zone attacks and sequential attacks and all these things. In this case, there's not really that much going on. I'm thinking about other conditions that could have happened with this attack, but let's focus on this case. So we gain the knockdown standing up condition, so technically we're knocked down. But the knockdown card has both a falling side, which basically says you can't do anything, you can't use abilities until the end of your next turn when you can flip this to the knockdown standing up. The knockdown standing up condition says if you move voluntarily, attack, or use an action or ability, stand up. At the start of your turn, at the start of your next turn, stand up. If this card is discarded by another effect, stand up. Put your miniature in the normal position and discard this card. Yeah, okay. So we are technically knocked down. The reason why that matters is because this would prevent us from being knocked down again. And knockdown standing up is not a bad form of knockdown. It's like, doesn't really affect you all that much other than preventing you from getting knocked down again. Okay. So we still are going to have to resolve the rest of this after final attack. So chain break does not get rid of the after final attack. Okay, I did some rereading. I was looking at Discord and the law of ATO. I had to pull that up. I'm going to put a link for that in the description because I just forgot how amazing that is. It was last updated at the end of 2025, so yes, it's still being kept up to date. But I wanted to get a refresher on how chain breaks work. The short answer is there are so many different like things that apply to chain breaks, but in this specific case, the thing to note is that the chain break here would invalidate, or it would cancel any after attack or after final attack effects that were specific to Herodotus, but Trample and Labyrinth 1 do not target a specific Titan, so neither of those gets chain broken, so those things will still happen. Okay, so let's continue resolving this attack. So normally getting this knockdown standing up condition card is like a fine thing. Usually it's a benefit because it can prevent you from being gaining the knocked down, falling down condition, so you can't get knocked down multiple times. Here, I think it could hurt us a little bit because Labyrinthauros is going to do a trample, and if Labyrinthauros tramples over a knockdown Titan, he's going to cause them to draw a an Obel card, and we really don't want to draw an Obel card this early in a fight. So we're gonna have to end up burning a reflex. We'll burn. Sorry, I'm saying burn. We'll use Iapetus Lifeguard from Herodotus. He can use his ability because he's knocked down standing up. If he was on the knockdown falling down side of this card, he would be prevented from using that ability. But since he's knocked down standing up, we can gain a fate to reflex, which is move 1 space during this window of opportunity here. And so the only thing that's really going to do for us, it's not going to get us out of the way of the trample, but we will stand up because we did a voluntary movement. So we'll put that back in our status or condition cards over there. Additionally, like we said, trample is going to happen. We could try to move Solon out of the way, but he's only going to get out of the way if he reflexes 2, and he can't do that during this ability window. And he has an ability that lets him stand up. Also, he may potentially avoid getting knocked down using this tumble ability, which we'll see shortly. So proceeding with the AI card here, we have trample. So he's going to move at his in a straight line at his top movement speed, or at his max movement of 7. So Labyrinth is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He ran through Herodotus. Herodotus does not have, so Herodotus is about to suffer crash because the Labyrinthauros moved through him. So crash would be the Titan suffers knockdown falling down, not knockdown standing up, but knockdown falling down. And they take 1 danger. That danger gain is not dealt by an attack, so it's not going to trigger a trauma draw. It would only trigger an Obel draw if Herodotus was at 9 danger. Gaining that 1 danger would cause him to go to 10, and anytime you gain danger over 9, you have to do a trauma draw. Okay, so Herodotus doesn't have anything to avoid this knockdown, which is okay. So he's going to gain a danger, and he's going to get that knockdown condition right back, except it's going to be the falling down one this time, which is the worst side of that card. Just put him there. And then Solon has an ability called Tumble. And Tumble, I think the wording of it is, I have these handy little cheat sheets, which I won't show because they have keywords from all the cycles on them. But I think you can download these cheat sheets if you just Google for them, like Aeon Trespass, keyword and traits list. Somebody put together nice little condensed pages that you can download for each cycle, so you don't see spoilery ones, but they're alphabetized and it's a quick reference sheet. So Tumble. Let's see if I can remember the alphabet is hard, you know. Sometimes just confusing to me. Tumble. Where the heck? LMNOPQRST. Tumble. Oh my gosh. Of course it's on the last sheet. S. T. I'm in the T's. The last one on this page. Okay, Tumble. When you are about to suffer crash, roll a d10. On a 6+, ignore it. Notably, I did not say, it does not say test. It just says roll a d10. So when it says roll a d10, it's not a test, and therefore you cannot spend fate to re-roll that die. So we get 1 chance at this. And this is Tumble that's coming from the Hermes tatters that Solon has equipped. So on a 6 or higher, we just don't we don't suffer that crash. So let's hope we get that. Come on, 6 or higher, 4, damn, okay. Let's go ahead and re-roll that. I always like to put my dice face up on their good side, you know, just to, you're priming them for that good roll. Sometimes, like well, you'll probably see me during an attack if I'm like trying to get a crit. I'll do some like some rolls in preparation for it to like get some, you know, because statistically, here's I'm going to give you a statistics and probability lesson. A D10 has 10 sides, right? And so if you roll it 6 or 7 times, you know, and you haven't gotten a 10 on any of those rolls, that just means you are due for a crit to come up. So, you know, this is gambling advice right here. It's not, don't do that. But it makes me feel better. So look at that. We're just getting some bad rolls out of the way here. You know, these are, that doesn't count as a crit. I kind of wish they didn't have I wish they just had a 10 here for this symbol, but I guess they do it for consistency because like, it's not actually a crit. Ooh, look at that. All right, we're gonna end on a crit miss because then that means that we're due for a crit soon. So those are just practice rolls. Okay, anyway, so Solon, he attempted tumble. He did not tumble successfully, so he is going to get knocked down. He is going to suffer 1 danger. And we have that knockdown falling condition on our boy Solon. Okay, so then going with the rest of this, we had Labyrinthauros do his trample. Then he is going to do, oh, I'm sorry, he did not finish his trample because he moves in a straight line at full speed, then turns to face the most titans. We look at our directions, our cardinal directions from the primordial. If he is facing north, he'd be facing 2 titans. If he was facing east, it'd be no titans. If he was facing south, it'd be no titans. If he's facing west, he's facing 4 titans. So, quick maths. We have him facing west now, and then he is going to do a labyrinth. Way this labyrinth effect works is that I have a little tracker over on the side over here, but every time he labyrinths, he's going to put down, so if he does a labyrinth 1, he's going to start with putting this square labyrinth tile, and then the next time he labyrinths, he would do this L, the next time it would be a Z. If he did a labyrinth 2, it would be then the straight and the square, or the O, as they call it. So we're starting off with a square labyrinth tile. Ooh, this is not a great place to put this. So the rules for placing the labyrinth tiles. Oh man, this is going to screw me a little bit. Is that if you can place it under a titan, you have to place it under the most titans that you can. It square or a side of the tile, at least one side has to be, or you have to put the tile in at least one square that is both in front of and adjacent to the primordial, and the square cannot go underneath of the titan at all. So the only valid place that we can put this, so we can think about orientation in a second, would be here, which really sucks because we can't. These are all red sides on. Like these are walls on this tile here, on this red tile, or on this labyrinth tile. We can't hit him through that. Let me make sure I did my stepping right here. So we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh wait, actually maybe I did do this wrong. Labyrinthauros would have been here. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, actually I think I did do this wrong. So let's see. He started. Herodotus started here, and so Labyrinthauros would have been here when he, oh no, but he has a movement of 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, never mind. Unfortunately, we're right. If I had thought ahead about this, I could have had Herodotus reflex forward 1. I don't know. If I wasn't narrating this, I might have thought about that for longer, but we won't retcon that. Yeah, because we revealed some trauma cards. So, all right, for this one, we won't retcon. I may be a little generous with retconning things. It's like, I think it's going to take me a little bit to get used to. This does kind of screw us a little bit here. We could put this here, and then we have some people that can go, maybe we can go around the side there. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll try to remember it for next time. I may be a little generous with like going back and reevaluating decisions that I made, or if I forgot to use something, just because I'm, it is a lot to think about when you're forehanding Titans. But I want to take into account the information that's been revealed since I made that decision, because I don't really want that to influence. Like I want to be honest with the things that I would have done. In this case, I think I could reasonably justify that I would have reflexed forward with Herodotus 1 to be here, so that way when the Labyrinthauros had trampled, he would have ended up, Labyrinthos would have started here, he would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Labyrinthos would have turned and done his labyrinth placement there, but maybe that would have been worse. So we're gonna let it lie. So that is done. I'm gonna put my AI discards here, right behind that AI pile. Oh, you can't see that right now. Go back here, I put that AI discard right here. And you can see the next card up is an AI2. So that ended the primordial round. The Labyrinthauros only goes and does one AI on his round. So now it's a Titan round. Okay. And I think what I'm actually going to do, no information's changed since we made this decision. I'm going to, instead of placing this tile like this, I think what I'm going to do is place it like that, because I'd rather prioritize trying to get Ulyssia to hit first. Like I mentioned, she's a decent opener because she's the only person who has a precision bonus on her weapon. So she can attack and then try to get some other tokens into the Kratos pool, which once I'm actually placing those, I'll explain a little bit more of what they are. But something we have to be cautious of right now is that sometimes a BP card will have trample as a response. And if Labyrinthauros were to trample right now, he's going to run over 2 of our Titans. So now what we need to decide is, do we want to spend some Titan turns trying to get into, like, the way I generally play is that I play aggressively. I try to just get as many attacks in every round as I can. So like for me, honestly, it's like I have to really try to convince myself that like I'm willing to sacrifice attacks from a Titan during a round. And some reasons you might want to do that are to be able to get, positioning done, preventing negative effects, like in this case, preventing the drawing of obol cards. Yeah, so continuing the thought process there, I would like to try to get at least 1 wound this round. Like I really do try to get 4 wounds per round. With Labyrinthauros, you don't really get that. Labyrinthauros is one of those primordials where like you do really benefit a lot from kind of kiting him between 2 different groups. So he's going to do that trample often, so he's going to be moving across the map, whether it's from wound response or like if he has to do his signature or even his AI cards, like he's moving around a lot. So a common strategy is to put 2 Titans, like you have 2 groups of 2 Titans, and then you just kind of have Labyrinthauros like going between those 2 groups somewhat often, which I always have to try to force myself to do, like I said, because it's in that setup you're usually getting like 2 wounds per round, and that's a slower way to play than I like to play, but you kind of have to force yourself to do that sometimes with based on the primordial. So what I like to try to do with Labyrinthauros is, like, if I'm kiting, then it's nice to have him kiting between, like, you know, somewhere down here and somewhere up here, because if Labyrinthauros goes through these tiles, these city tiles, they have a trait called Inhabited, and if Labyrinthauros destroys it, then you are going to end up lowering your diplomacy with the faction of the overarching map tile you're on. So we could end up losing some diplomacy with the Labyrinthians if we cause those cities to be destroyed, and we want to avoid that if we can. So before, like, I think we're going to try to do our first attack with Ulyssia, but before we do that, I think we probably want to get Herodotus and Solon out of the way. And one nice thing we'll be able to do with that is we will be able to, like, they're going to be using items to be able to stand up, or an item and an Nemos respectively for Solon and Herodotus, and we'll be able to get those back. So let's just do that. Let's go first with Solon. So this is player 2, so let me go to that screen. So Solon/Anacreon, we're going to activate him. Normally we would not be able to do anything because he has a knockdown falling condition, but we are going to use this Aeolipile, I think it's Aeolipile. This Aeolipile engine, it has 2 different abilities on it. One of them, we can spend a fate and exhaust the engine to stand up. Both effects on the Aeolipile engine are good. It's one of my favorite gears from this cycle. So we stand up, so we're going to discard that card, and it explicitly, like, normally you cannot use active abilities. Active abilities are abilities that have a cost. Normally you cannot use those abilities when you're knocked down, but this stand-up ability explicitly says you can do this while you're knocked down. So we put that over there. And then, is there anything else we want to do other than trying to get in position, right? Like, we can't, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to go over an attack. So I might just start working on, let's move Solon down into this area, and so that way we can kind of get him into the group. Like, maybe we'll have Solon and Ulyssia be the Titans that kind of go over to this side. Then we'll have Herodotus and Phyloctera kind of over in this general area. So we'll go a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. Okay. So we did our movement, and then we are going to use our combat action to instead just refresh our gear cards, and we only have the 1 to refresh, or to unexhaust, I should say. So Solon is now done. So we'll go back to our overall view here. And then next we want to go with Herodotus and do a similar turn. So we will go with player 4 here, Herodotus. He's going to take his turn, and he's going to so he has 2 things he could use to stand up. He could use the Aeolipile engine, just like Solon has, but he also has a Nemos card, and the Nemos one does not require spending a fate. So we'll use that one first. And we're going to put knockdown away over there. Be gone, knockdown. You suck. And we're just stand up. And then we can move some number of spaces. And so we're okay with, like, out of the 2 groups, like Herodotus is going to continue to be kind of our tank in the one group, and Ulyssia is going to be somewhat of our other tank in the other group. I maybe should have switched some of these armors that they have, but that's fine. And so what we can do is we're going to prepare for 2 things. We're going to prepare for in case number 1, we're going to expect what's his name, Labyrinthauros to do a trample as a BP response. In case number 2, we're going to expect that he doesn't do 1. So we have to plan for both those things. And so if he does not do a trample, well, I still want him to go out here either way, but if he does not do a trample and he has a targeting line of, like, you know, furthest Titan in front in range, then we can prepare for Herodotus to do an out of reach evade, which means that Herodotus won't really have to worry about doing the attack, just have to worry about the effects of, like, the after attack and such. So because he has a movement, Labyrinthauros, that is, has a movement of 7, we want to make sure that we're still within range to be a valid target on that targeting line of an AI card, but we want to be able to be on the edge of that so we can reflex away from it and do that OOR, that out of reach evade. So we're going to go, let's see, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So Labyrinthauros could go here. So we would want to be here, because then if Herodotus, after he gets targeted, he could reflex this way, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh wait, yeah, sorry, yeah, he'd be 8 spaces away, so Labyrinthauros would be here and wouldn't be able to reach him. Might still get trampled, but, you know, it's another problem. 3, 6, yeah, okay. Just gotta make sure my counting is right. Counting and the alphabet, yeah, just, they're very difficult things for me, so thanks for bearing with me. So yeah, that was Herodotus's movement. So we did a free action at the beginning of his turn, or he did an ability during a free ability window at the beginning of his turn. Now we have the combat. We're going to use the combat action to unexhaust his Nemos and his gear, and then his turn is done. Okay, so now we got those guys out of the way. Next thing we're gonna do is let's do an attack. Finally, we're gonna hit something. So we're gonna go with Ulysia/Fisher, or player 1 space there. Maybe what I'll do is I'll keep this up. Nah, I don't know. Whatever. Just flip it. I'll just keep what I'm used to doing with my muscle memory. So yeah, Ulysia is going to go, and she is going to move 1, 2. Remember that her weapon has reach on it, so she can hit from. She can hit without being adjacent. It has reach 2, so she can be range 2 away. It's 1, 2. So she is. If there is a trample, then she will need to reflex away from it. Well, actually, no, I'm sorry, I forgot. She has an ability that she can get trampled, and she's going to ignore the, ignore the crash from it. So to do an attack, we're going to start by increasing her rage. So we go from, oh, I can do this one. We go from 0, 0, 0. We go to 1 rage. Dun, dun, dun. We're attacking with the long mass spear. I mean, it's the only weapon she has, but for sometimes you might have 2 weapons and you have to choose which one you're going to attack with. We don't have any break tokens in our Kratos pool, which will make it a little bit difficult to hit, but that's okay. Do I have faith in us? I gotta put this back over here. The things that we can do that I'm considering are we have I should use these if I wanted to. I should technically do it before I start an attack. So like before I do that rage increase, I would need to do this, but we have an Argo ability called Arrow Barrage, which we can use this as a free, like during our free ability window before we attack, which says place 1 break token or 2 opening tokens in the Kratos pool. I usually prefer to use this for the opening tokens just because it's, you get 2 tokens instead of 1. So I don't know, we'll see. I forget what the average, I think the average power value, the Aeon Trespass value that I would need for a BP1 card. This is for rolling the power dice. For a BP1 on Labyrinthauros is 2 to 4. So if we assume it's a 3, I think you know what? I think I'm okay with doing this without anything in the Kratos pool. So we're just gonna make the attack as is. So we're gonna get 3 dice. The screen die is gonna be my crit die. And then we're gonna get 2 other dice here. And normally you have to get an 8 or higher to hit on Labyrinthauros. Sorry, one of the things I was reading was another trait from Labyrinthauros. If there is a trample from a response, we're gonna have to do Labyrinth 1 as well. That hasn't happened yet, but it's a reminder for myself. So yeah, we're gonna have these 3 dice. We're gonna do a roll. Normally we would need 8 or higher to hit, but with the +2 from our long-mast spear, which I'll put over here just as a reference, we only need 6 or higher. Okay, so we have a 10, so that hits. We have a 6, so that hits. Then we have a 4, this does not hit. We're gonna spend a fate, so we're gonna increase our fate by 1. And that is going to be, oh, sorry, let me fix this real quick. There we go. These little clips help me keep the board in place so I don't have to keep folding it and unfolding it. So I'm going to spend a 1 fate to reroll this attack die. And we got a 9, so it was totally worth it to reroll that. So that's going to give us an extra hit. So we have 3 hits. That's going to be a full hit for this weapon. Sometimes weapons will have bonuses for getting a full hit. In this case, there's nothing. But that means, oh, sorry, let me keep this out real quick. So we are going to get 1 red die per hit, as well as the Titan power die. So because we got 3 hits, we're going to get 3 red dice from this, and then 1 red die from our Titan power die. Before we draw a BP card, we have the first ability window. So all these different keywords that you see on like weapons, for instance, and some Kratos abilities can be used either in the first ability window or second ability window. The keyword itself will tell you in its definition of like, can it be used in the first or second? Most abilities can only be used in the second. Some abilities can be used in the first or second, and then some abilities can be used in only the first ability window. In this case, all the things that we have available are second ability window only. Before I had mentioned on that rush ability that there is an auto break 1, a break token. These are custom tokens I made. I like to color code them. They're nice little, like, they have, what are they? It's like, what is this, like a polyurethane, or yeah, little bubble, but just penny covers over a penny, which are no longer in circulation. Actually, maybe I should stock up on pennies if I want to make some more of these tokens. But ooh, what a rarity! This is going to be worth so much money soon. Maybe 1.5 cents. Yeah, it doesn't really help with the view. But yeah, these are break tokens. Break tokens will help with our power roll because they help convert these potential symbols, those triangles, into power symbols. And power symbols are what we care about during a power roll. So we don't actually get that. That would just be like with that rush ability. If we use that rush ability, if we had the danger and we met the other criteria to use it, we might have used it. We did not meet the criteria for it, so we could not use it. So we don't have any abilities that we can use in the first ability window here. So we are just going to proceed to the next step, which is drawing our BP card. Woo boy, it's exciting. Oh, nice. Okay. So we are about to hit the underbelly seal. So as this Labyrinthauros just like rushed by, knocked down some of our Titans, and then we have Ulyssia coming in as like this Labyrinthauros is building up this maze right around her. She's like sliding in and just taking a jab with her spear at the underside of the Labyrinthauros' belly. and trying to hit a seal. So we have a few different things on here. You can ignore the top right for now. These are resources that you get from the BPs that you wound. These are resources that you would get if you, like once the fight is over. We have a nice little picture, a little diagram of what we're actually hitting, so it's fun. The artwork in this game, just across the board, is just so much fun. I love it all. So in this case, we have, this is called an Aeon Trespass value. Hey, Aeon Trespass? The name of the game? This is the Aeon Trespass value, and what we are trying to do is roll enough power to overcome that AT value that it's called. And on the bottom down here, we have different effects. If we were to fail to wound this, so if we did not roll at least 2 power, then we would fail and we would have to do this effect, which is gain the fear condition. So hopefully we won't have to do that. And this critical effect only comes into play if you rolled a 10 on your crit die. It has to be your crit die during the power roll. So in this case, it would have had to been a 0 on our green die that I like to use for crits, for crit attacks at least. All right. So, like I said, we're going to have 3 red dice from our long-mast spear because we got a full hit. And we're going to have a single red die from our power, our Titan's power die. You know, I'm not going to go over each of the sides here, but there are things that, like, you know, without any break tokens, there are, like the break tokens, like I mentioned, are the tokens that would allow us to convert potential into power. Power is like, we need at least 2 of these to be able to wound it. So pretty high likelihood that we're going to be able to wound this. We don't really have many beneficial things that we can do right now to, like, if this is a really high AT value, you might want to try to do something to give yourself a higher chance to wound it. But we don't have any abilities that would let us do that right now. So additionally, there is like on a Kratos table, some of the benefits you can get are mostly early on, mostly placing like opening and break tokens. Like this numeric value over on the side is indicating, you know, based on your current rage, you get everything from that level and above. So because Ulyssia is at 1 rage now, she would get just the things at this level 1. But if she was at 4 rage, we could get everything from level 4 and up. And everything on that level is like an option. So you could, for this first ability, we could either place a break token or an opening token for the next Titan going up. These Kratos tokens get placed during the second ability window, which happens after the power roll happens. So no impact yet. If she was at 2 power, she would get this symbol, which is a power reroll. So that would allow us to do our power roll. And then if we did not wound, we could choose to reroll, in that case, at least just 1 power die. Because power dice, you cannot reroll with fate. You cannot reroll with fate. You have to have power rerolls in order to reroll power dice. All right. So, all right, I'm gonna roll these one at a time. I'm a little, you know, this is a low AT value, but honestly, I'm a little nervous on this one. This is the first power roll that we're doing on camera, so let's make it dramatic. Ooh, 1. All right, we're 50% of the way there. Let's move this out of the way so we don't hit it. Okay, that's not any power. Come on, just 1 more power symbol. Okay, we got what we needed. So this next one is just icing on the cake. Okay, that would have gotten it by itself. So we don't have any break tokens, so we can't convert any potential into power. So we max out at 4 power here. We don't get anything extra for doing more power, for exceeding the AT value by like a significant amount of power. Actually, before I move that, there are some abilities that will let you do that it matters how much you beat the AT value by, but we don't have anything like that right now. So, because we wounded, we would first check, do we have any wound effects on the card, or do we have any instinct effects? Instinct effects happen regardless of if you pass, instinct effects happen regardless of if you wound or fail a power roll. Wound effects only happen if you wound, fail effects only happen if you fail. We don't have any wound effects on here, so nothing special is going to happen. We're going to take this and we're going to put it into our wound stack that I don't think you can see on camera right now. But then we're going to increment our wound counter. I'll just show you what I'm doing. So I put our wounded card into that wound stack. I incremented this counting die by 1 to 1. Yeah, we were attacking with her. And then now because we wounded, we're going to escalate. So we just damaged that underbelly seal with that like nice jab of our long mast spear. So now we're going to get, we just wounded a BP1. So we're going to add a BP2 card to our BP deck. So we're going to get things that are a little bit more, maybe harder to hit in terms of AT value. Harder to wound, I guess I should say. And we'll stop there. Okay. Another BP1, I'm happy with that. We wanted to get some, we would like to get some BP1s out early. Just because we don't, early on in the fight, you're lower on rage. Lower on rage means you're not putting as many tokens into the Kratos pool. And so you kind of want some easier to hit things to build up to those 10 wounds. Eventually, when we get to BP3s, every BP3 is worth 2 wounds instead of 1, but they're significantly harder to wound. So, and they also have worse or more impactful fail effects, instinct effects, wound effects, critical effects. Some critical effects could be like you get a bonus attack, or you get a nice piece of gear. Like I think I have the 2 really good pieces of critical or gear that you can get from criticals on Labyrinthauros, which are the Glimmer Shroud and the Maze Mace. So the Maze Mace is like, put it over here. This is the weapon that Solon is carrying right now. You can see it looks like a, you know, maybe is one of his, part of like his front or rear leg. We got a critical on a card from that, or we got a critical on a card, wounded it, and so we got the critical effect was to gain that reward. And then similarly, this is the Glimmer Shroud that Ulysses is actually wearing is, you kind of see on, we'll put him back where he belonged. But if you see, Labyrinthauros has these kind of sheets with sigils on them. I mean, they're not flags. What would be the right term for that? But that Glimmer Shroud is, well, okay, it's a shroud. It's in the dang name. We got a critical effect on another BP card at one point in a previous battle, and so we got that as the reward. Okay, so let's see. We escalated the BP deck, right? Let's double check. So we should have 4. Yeah, we have 4 BP2 cards in our BP reserve pile over here. Now we also need to escalate the AI deck because we're hurting him. We're going to piss him off. So we take an AI1 because we wounded a BP1. We're going to remove it from the game. And we're going to replace it with an AI2. Shuffle that in. Shuffling on camera. This is really awkward to hold. Okay, AI1. So that's not bad because we probably won't be attacking him again this round because he didn't trample, so there's nobody who can really get into range of hitting him. So I'm happy with having an AI1 on top because that'll be the next AI card that he's going to draw. So yeah, okay. So we move these dice back. At this point, we've done the wound. We have escalated. We would now be clearing any Kratos tokens in the Kratos pool if there were any. Like any Kratos, if I have Kratos tokens, I'll be keeping them in this area. There's nothing to clear, so now we are in the second ability window and we can use our fun abilities. So where we're going to look is just on our different equipment to see like what kind of things we have. And I'm just going to say, well, our Longmast Spear has the reposition 1, which you can use in the second ability window. So we could say reposition to like here if we wanted to. I may do that because by repositioning here, if I want Labyrinthauros to go for the next, oh, actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, I should have had Herodotus move here. I did my math wrong. Like if he wasn't going to move, he has to shift down 1, which would account for his movement. So this is something I feel fine with retconning. But he would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then Herodotus could reflex 1 back there. So yeah, I was here with Ulyssia. I'm going to use my reposition 1 to go there. Reposition 1 just allows us to move out 1 in the second ability window. And this will prevent her from getting run over when Labyrinthauros is on his way to Herodotus for his next attack. And then other abilities, let's see. So now we can place either a break or an opening. I will do a break, I think, because I have, normally I might do a break because I have this arrow barrage, which will allow me to put 2 opening tokens in the Kratos pool, so I could get 2 opening. Yeah, actually, yeah. We're going to do this. So we're going to place a break token. Finally, our first Kratos token in our Kratos pool. So we have our Kratos token there. So this will be usable by another Titan during their attack. And then that's it. That's all we have for abilities that we can use in the second ability window, I think. And then because she used her movement before she attacked, at the end of this attack, her turn is just, it's done. She doesn't get to do anything else. It's done. So now the only other Titan that needs to go is Olympia with Phylactera. Phylactera. So she's not going to be able to get in range of attack. So now we want to think about, where do we think Labyrinthauros is most likely to go? And how do we want to set Phylactera up for success in the next Titan round? We want Herodotus to be targeted. He is at the edge of Labyrinthauros' range, and he has the priority target. So like if there's a line that's furthest Titan in front or furthest Titan in sight in range, like Herodotus is already going to be very likely to be targeted. So then we want to think about like, well, how is that attack going to go? What's going to be, Labyrinthauros will probably go, either go boom, 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 or doom, 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 doom. So anyway, he's gonna end up here. If Labyrinthauros does not have trample on his AI card as an after effect, or if we get a chain break or something, well, sorry, chain break wouldn't matter for trample anyway. So if there's no trample on that AI card, he's going to stay here. If there is a trample, then he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's going to go to the edge of the board here and face forward. So it would be great if we could predict, like, okay, we know Labyrinthauros is going to go here. We're going to put Phylactera in a position where she doesn't even have to move to attack. Like when you can position yourself so that you can attack and then move afterwards, it's usually a pretty good thing to be able to do. But I don't remember like how many AI 1 cards there are that have trample on them, but I think it's a pretty common effect. So like I'm gonna continue with the assumption that the card will have trample on it. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go with player 3, aka Phylactera. Activate her. Yeah, and Titans only gain, or Argonauts only gaining rage right now if they're attacking, so Solon and Phylactera and Herodotus haven't gained any rage so far in this battle because they haven't attacked yet. We are going to use Arrow Barrage this round because she's the last person to go and I want to get some opening tokens in there. like a priority of mine to do sooner rather than later is to set Phylactera up for an attack so that she can wound, so that she can get rid of this dread and get another tally mark on trying to evolve Pyramidion, because I want to evolve Pyramidion and I also do not want to end this battle with the dread. So I may use Arrow Barrage in this round. It'll be good again in the next round, so I may even use it again to try to counteract some of the negative precision that we have here. But we'll see. We're using it once right now. We'll call that good. And then where do we want her to move? We want her to be able to be in a position that she can attack regardless of if Labyrinthauros is here or here, and we're gonna say that he's more likely to be in this spot facing forward. So we're gonna have her go. She has just 5 movement speed, right? Yeah. She's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go there, because then either way she can still get into range to attack him in either position. Let's use your movement first. And then are there any other abilities that I want to use? Well, yeah, I mean, since she's not attacking, we'll be able to use our combat to get things back. So she's going to use her Analyticos module, which allows her to, if she gains a fate and exhausts the Analyticos module, then she can place 1 break or 1 opening token in the Kratos pool. So we're gonna kind of load up a little bit on opening tokens, I think, because if she can get a full hit, then I'm confident that she'll be able to get a wound off. Okay. Oh, she could move with +1 and get this back anyway. Do we want her to go back further 1? 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. We don't really, doesn't really benefit us. Let's check her range from Labyrinthauros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, she's out of range of Labyrinthauros, which is fine. So yeah, I think we're good there. And then she's going to use her combat action to get that back. And now all Titans have gone. Therefore, our Titan round ends. Yeah, kind of a lackluster Titan round. We only got 1 wound off, but that square, that OMA's tile kind of screwed us a little bit. That's okay. We'll be all right. So at the end of the round, we're gonna give our Titans or our Argonauts their readiness back. Move this out of the way. And now we're ready for our next AI card. Let's do that. So this is Tunnel Vision. Let's go ahead. Yeah, I need to figure out a better setup for this because I'd like to be able to show this while I'm reading the targeting lines, but so Tunnel Vision. Its lifeless glass eyes are fixed on you. Target is the priority target in range. So our priority target is Herodotus, and he is in range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So with 7 movement, Labyrinthauros can get adjacent. So Labyrinthauros is going to do a move and attack. So push that way up there. Movement, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, actually, technically what I should do is I'm going to, and then he will trample and trample and labyrinth. So we're going to OOR this out of reach. So just so we can show that this isn't that hard. This isn't that deadly of an attack, but we can get away from it. So let's do. I'm going to use a charge from Pursuer Protocol, so I'm going to use that to reflex. And that's interesting. It doesn't even actually say it's a reflex. It just says may move 1 space. I think it's supposed to be a reflex, but It's not using the named ability. So we are going to reflex backwards 1. And so Labyrinthauros is going to go, he's still, even though he's out of range now, he's still going to target him. Or he's already the target, so he's going to try to move and get to the attack. And also, because Labyrinthauros found a valid target, that doesn't trigger the routine. The routine only triggers if he cannot find a valid target. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of range, he's not adjacent, so he can't actually do his attack. So the move and attack we ignore. OOR evading does not cause a chain break, so we do still do the after attack, even though these aren't targeted effects, so it doesn't really matter that much. Which means that he is going to, we could try to reflex, but we can't reflex out of the way, so he's just gonna get run over again. So he's gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go here. I could have done something else in hindsight, but that's okay. This is fine. So the Herodotus is going to suffer crash. So we're going to gain a danger, and we're going to suffer knockdown. We're going to start speeding up this battle a little bit here. Okay, so we danger, knockdown, you were knocked down, boom. Okay. And then after the trample, he turned to face the most titans, which is going to be to the east, and then he does a Labyrinth 1. For the Labyrinth 1, we are now on an L-shaped tile instead of an O. We can't hit the titan that was a part of the attack with this, but we can get a titan with this. So we're going to hit Phylacteria there. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a little annoying, but it's fine. Yeah, actually, this should work out okay. So Labyrinth 1 is done. So this card is done. Oh no, I actually meant to switch to that view of Herodotus because he was the one who got targeted. Whatever. So we're going to put this back in our AI discard, and now the Titan round is over, I'm sorry, the Primordial round is over, so we'll be able to use this Argo ability again. And now it is the Titan round. For the Titan round, I think we're just going to start with Phylacteria. We could, actually, I might go first with Herodotus. If I go first with Herodotus, then that could cause a trample that could get the Labyrinthauros in a better position for Phylacteria, because Phylacteria could maybe get an attack from the rear. If I attack with a Temenos Scale Shield, then I can get an opening 1 in our Kratos pool there and get some of those back. Yeah, you know what, let's go. I would like to be able to get behind Labyrinthauros because that would give me an extra precision, or reduce the precision penalty from Dread, because it's -4, but it's only -2 if you're in a rear space or a weak space, right? A weak spot. Yeah, and Labyrinthauros has, if we look at this here, let me put it over on this part. These are weak spaces, so it's like hind haunches basically are weak spaces. So let's go with Herodotus. Herodotus is just seeing all the action right now. Herodotus is going to go use that with him. He's going to have to use his Nemesis ability to stand up. Boom. So that's exhausted. He is now standing up. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think we'll just run up and attack. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is where we would have to declare a weapon first, because we could attack with either the Jawbone Axe or the Temenos Scale Shield. The Jawbone Axe is the better weapon, but Temenos Scale Shield has an opening 1, so we would get to place an extra opening token in the Kratos pool for the next Titan during the second ability window, only if we use the Temenos Scale Shield. So we're actually going to use that. Because it's a BP 1 that's on top, we don't really need a lot of power to be able to hit or to be able to wound. And we have a +1 precision for Temenos Scale Shield too. So, all right, so we're going to gain, sorry, I went from 2 rage to 3 rage. So we've gained our rage. We've said that we're going to attack with Temenos Scale Shield. And we are going to roll our attack dice. So this is, we have 2 dice. We have +1 precision with this. I'll put this over here. I won't always be putting the weapon over here, but we'll do it just for a little while. So we have our 2 dice. We have +1 precision from the weapon. Then we have 3 opening tokens as well. So in total, we have +4 precision on this attack. So we are going to, sorry, I'm thinking before I roll this, is this what I want to do? Yeah, sure, we're just committing to it. So we need to get, so we have +4 total, we need to get 8 or higher, so +4 is, we need 4 or higher on our dice to be able to hit. Okay, so we got a 10 with our non-crit die, so that hits but doesn't crit. Then we got a 7. So this one also hits but does not crit. If I was really aggressive, if this is a BP3, I might be trying to crit on it, either to get a nice crit effect or to be able to get a Labyrinthauros core. That's another, I do get aggressive like that too with trying to get cores from Primordials, because they're used to craft good Titans or good weapons and everything. But for a BP1, I'm not concerned about it. Let's just take our hit and move along. So we're going to get 1 red die for each hit, so it's going to be only going to be 2 red dice for the Temenos Scale Shield, but then Herodotus also has a red die on his Titan Power die, so we're going to get 3 total. There are no first ability things that we, or first ability window abilities that we can activate. So we are going to just, yeah, we're just going to reveal the BP, and then we're going to do our power roll. Ooh, a harder BP to hit. This is the Eroded Breastplate. The AT of 4. That's a little tough, but I think we can do it. Herodotus right now has 3 rage, so that's going to give us a power reroll, because of at rage 2 we would get a power reroll. So we're just going to roll this all at once here. Boom. That is 3. So thank goodness that we have that power reroll. We're going to reroll this one that didn't give us anything. That's 2 more. Okay, so we have 5 total that meets or exceeds our AT of 4. And, you know, I'm actually glad that we're getting a trample here. So we do the wound response first. You do the wound responses. So he's going to trample. He's going to move forward 7 spaces. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then he's going to turn to face the most Titans. In this case, every cardinal direction he turns would result in facing 2 Titans. So I think he would just not turn. I can't remember if he would get to choose in this case, or if he would go after the priority target, or if he just would not turn. I'm going to just say he doesn't turn. I think that's how I've usually played it, but I'll have to double check on that at some point. So we did his wound response. We're going to put this in our wound pile. So we are now at 2 out of 10 wounds for beating Labyrinthauros. So after Herodotus gets struck by that attack from the Labyrinthauros, you know, he saw that the Labyrinthauros' eyes were locked on Herodotus. He evades the attack. He gets knocked over from the trample, but then he just bounces right back up, runs up, and just takes a nasty swipe at that that eroded breastplate along the side of the Labyrinthauros and gets a nice wound in there. And the Labby runs away. Additionally, as part of the level 3 trait that we have for Labyrinthauros, his Maze Builder trait, after performing a trample from a response, so this was from a wound response that we did the trample, immediately perform Labyrinth 1. So we have to do that. So we're going to build, you can kind of see how we're now starting to build out a lot of Labyrinth tiles here, which makes this a little bit tricky. But we have a few different ways we can place this. It doesn't really matter. I mean, this whole center area is kind of getting clogged up anyway. I think this way at least gives me paths to get through. I don't know. I'll just stick it there. Probably a mistake not thinking about it more, but I'm trying to hurry up a little bit here. All right, so we did our wound response. Now we need to escalate. That was a BP1 that we did, that we wounded. So now we're gonna get a BP2 in here. Let's go ahead, maybe it's easier to shuffle over on this side. We're gonna get a BP2 on top. All right. And then we need to remove an AI1 from our AI deck, and we will get an AI2 to replace it. So now I think this AI deck may just be AI2s. No, there should be one more AI1 in there. And there is, it's the one on top now. It won't be for long. All right, so then we escalated, we added our wounds, and now we are going to clear the Kratos pool, so remove these over to the side. We have an opening 1 from our Temenos scale shield, so that is going to give us an opening 1. And then we have 2 spots on our Kratos table where we can choose from a break or an opening, and then a break or an opening. So we could do 2 opening, we could do 2 break, we could do a 1 break, 1 opening. We're going to be going with Phylacteria next. She's going to be going after, let me change to this view real quick. We're going to be going with Phylacteria next. She's going to be going after a BP2. So she needs kind of both opening and break, because BP2 is going to have a higher Aeon Trespass value. She's going to have a -2 to hit from her Dread, because she'll be able to get into she'll be able to reduce that from a -4 to a -2 from being on a rear space or a weak spot of Labby. So -2 penalty is the only thing we have to overcome. We can use Analyticos module to get an extra token in there, and we can still use Arrow Barrage. So we'll plan on using Arrow Barrage. So that would put us at a net 0 precision bonus for her. So let's do... Let's do an opening and a break for these Kratos abilities from Herodotus. Go back to this view. So I'm ultimately doing 2 opening and 1 break. 1 opening is from Temenos Scale Shield, and then an opening is from his Kratos ability, and a break is from his Kratos ability. And then he did both his movement and his attack. So his turn is now done. Next up, we're going to go with Phylacteria. So let's go ahead and go to our player 3 window there. Activate her. And she is going to, I think we're just going to have her, run up and attack. What I'm going to do though is we're going to use Arrow Barrage to get 2 more opening tokens in our Kratos pool. Then we're going to use her Analyticos module. She's going to gain a fate, exhaust that, to put a break token in the Kratos pool. And then we're going to use another Argo ability called Forced Kratos Reaction. That will allow her to just gain a rage immediately. And we want to do that because getting her to rage 2 during her attack will give her that power reroll die. And and that'll be good just to help like make sure that she's going to wound. So we really want to wound with her. So now let us go. We're gonna move 1, 2, 3. I think we're gonna move over to the side here. And then we're gonna do our attack here. Nothing else I think we wanna do before that. So yeah, we're going to gain our rage. We're gonna go from 1 rage to 2. And we're gonna do our attack. So thinking about all the bonuses and penalties for this, Dread normally has a -4 precision. Because we are in a weak spot, the weak spot is on the side haunches, the back legs of Labyrinthauros. We reduced that from a -4 penalty to a -2. Then we don't have any precision bonus on Pyramidion itself, but we have 4 opening tokens in here. So we end up going from a -2 precision bonus to a +2 precision bonus. So we are looking at a 6 or higher to hit here. And this is going to be, I'll go ahead and put this here. This is going to be 2 or higher to hit. Oh yeah, that is really hard to read. I feel like it used to be a little bit better. Yeah, no, okay. I'll have to see if I can figure something out about this. I mean, this is not a great webcam that I'm filming with over here. I mean, maybe I just need better lighting as well. But it's hard to make the dice and everything easy to read while also making those cards nice to read. So, yeah, we'll keep that there. So yeah, we need, what did we say, 6 or higher to hit. We've already gained our rage. So come on, I'm feeling a crit on this one too. We're gonna crit. An 8 and a 2. So our crit die hits. It does not crit. I'm gonna try. Crit is coming with that soon. We are gonna spend a fate to re-roll that non-crit die. That 2. 5. Oh, I needed a 6 or higher to hit, right? Let's just double check our math here. We had 4 bonus from this, but we had -2 from the dread. So yeah, we needed 6 or higher. So we only have 1 hit. That stinks. It's gonna be tough to hit this. To wound this BP2. That's okay. I think we can do it. So we move Pyramidion out over here. And we have a BP of 5. Or, I'm sorry, an AT of 5. Yeah, trespass value of 5. Okay, so we get a black die for a hit with the Pyramidion, and then the Pyramidion also has a bonus red die. So just showing that again real quick. This is the per hit dice, and then because this one has a plus red, that just means regardless of the number of hits, you get an extra red die. So we're going to get a black and a red from using our Pyramidion. Oh, I do also need to remember that Pyramidion does have a penalty for doing a crit miss. So if I rolled a 1 on my crit die, even if I wanted to spend fate to re-roll that, it still counts as a crit miss. So you can roll 2 crit misses on 1 attack technically, but suffering knockdown would chain break her own attack and cause her to stop. So yeah, getting a crit miss with the Pyramidion is a pretty big downside. Anyway, so these are the power dice that we have from our Pyramidion, and then we're going to have an extra red one. We're going to use this back red die over here. Feeling good about that one. And we need to get 5 or higher, and we have 2 break tokens. So let's go ahead and make this dramatic here. 1 red die, so that's 1 power, and we have a single power reroll that we can use. So that is a power and a break, so that would allow us to get to 3 total so far, and that's 2 power straight off the bat. So we have 4 power, then we can use 1 break token to convert one of those potential into a break. That puts us at a 5 total. That's exactly what we need, and that is amazing. So wound response. This is actually a positive wound response, which is rare. 1 Argonaut may lose the mazed touched affliction. None of our Argonauts have mazed touched, so we don't do anything with that. That now gets added to our wound pile. We go from having 2 wounds to now we have 3 wounds in there. That was a BP2, so we're gonna add a BP3 to our wound pile, or our BP pile here. And I messed up some cards there. I'm looking away when I shuffle just to try to see if I can not pay attention to what's on top. I'll stop there. BP2, okay, not bad. And then we have to get rid of an AI2 from our AI deck here. So we remove an AI2 from the game and we replace it with that AI3 that we said is really could potentially fuck us. And we want to, you know, not have to deal with that. All right, so we have an AI2 on top. Not bad. We will end up removing our dread. We have the face your fear part of this. So when you deal a wound, discard this condition card and gain 2 positive precision tokens. So that's going to go back in our condition card holder. And we're to get 2 positive precision tokens. Boom, boom. Try to put those in a way that you can see both of them. So that's awesome. So that's for the rest of this battle, she will always have +2 to her precision when she's attacking. So like I said, that first wound is hard to get off, but if you do it, you're going to be rewarded later on. Additionally, because we resolved the face your fear effect on that card, we can make a tally mark on the back of it where I'm tracking the number of face your fear effects we've resolved. So it went from 2 to 3. We just have our tallies there. You can kind of see the reflection of the pencil marking. Okay, so Pyramidion there. We now clear our Kratos pool. Even though we didn't use both break tokens, they still get cleared out. So Kratos pool is cleared. We get an opening token in our second ability window from Pyramidion, and then from our Maze Walker Kratos table over here, we can do a break and an opening for our first rage level there. I'm sorry, break or an opening. I will will we have somebody go? We might have somebody go here. Let's get a, I don't want to, I'm concerned about trying to attack a BP2 without having any break tokens in there, so I'm going to put a break token in. And then she used her power reroll, so we don't really get to do anything now with this second level. If we hadn't used the power reroll, we would have had the opportunity to use a reposition 1. Yeah, okay, I'm showing the right one. Yeah, a reposition 1 on her Kratos card, but we don't have that option right now. So this is all we really get to do with our Kratos pool. We used a lot of abilities to set her up for an attack, which I'm happy we did. I think it was the right thing to do. And now, because she did her move and attack, you know, I would consider doing the Primordial Lure, but I don't have the option to do that because her turn is immediately over. Primordial Lure would basically take, I take the top BP from the BP deck over here and I put it at the bottom. Maybe I get that last BP1. Also, maybe I get a BP3. So really probably not a good idea to do it right now anyway, but just saying it's actually not even an option. So I'm just wasting our time by talking about it. So now the question is, do I want to, the aggressive side of me really wants to bring Ulyssia over for another attack. Because I could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could get attacks off with both Ulyssia and Solon. Because if Solon goes, if he wounds, the benefit of the Maze Mace is that you get to ignore wound responses. So even if there was a trample as a wound response, I'm guaranteeing that Labyrinthauros would stay in the same place, which would allow Ulyssia to go. The downside of doing that is I may just end up prolonging the fight in another way, in that the next round it's possible that nobody is able to get in range to hit. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna play true to my nature here. I'm gonna play aggressively, and then if it doesn't work out, we get to see why you might want to go with that strategy of kind of like kiting between two groups of 2 Titans. So now do we want to go with Phyloctera because she has more precision bonus? I'm sorry, not Phyloctera, Ulyssia. Or do we want to go with Solon because he would make sure that Labyrinthauros would not move again. So if he, let's see, I think we could attack from there. Yeah, because I think I remember the ruling being that like these red walls intentionally did not stretch all the way to the corner, so like you can, or was that? I mean, if that was, yeah, like I think you can still hit across that corner. Okay, I had paused the video really quickly and looked it up, and yeah, it's because I would have, if I moved here, I could attack with Ulyssia still, because I would have line of sight by drawing a line from any corner of my space to the primordial space, and I'd still be within two spaces there. So what do we want to do here? I think we maybe want to go with, let's just go with Solon next. I'm gonna think less during this fight and fight more, you know? Let's try to see if we can speed the video up a little bit. So we're gonna go next with Solon, or Anacreon. We go to our player 2 cam here. He is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And actually it's the right move, because then if Ulyssia goes next, and then no, I think, okay, actually we're not gonna go with Ulyssia next. We're gonna go with Ulyssia next, not Solon. So we're gonna move Solon back 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're gonna go back to Ulyssia. The reason I want to do this is because my concern is that if Solon goes here, let's say he wounds, you know, great. Then next up is going to be Ulyssia. If she wounds and Labyrinthauros tramples, then Solon's going to get knocked over. We don't have to worry about Solon triggering trample because of his mace and the ability to ignore wound responses. So I would rather wait for, let's see, if Labyrinthauros moved 7 spaces because of trample, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, he would be here. I think Solon could still hit because Labyrinthauros would take up these 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, we could. Yeah, we'd still be in range to hit. So yeah, we're gonna go with Ulyssia next. So we'll activate her. She's going to move and go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then, let's see. So if Labyrinthauros was here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it'd be here. And then he turns this way and then tries to attack afterwards. He's going to be in what range from Ulyssia? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He would be in range 7 from Phyloctera, which makes me a little nervous because then Labyrinthauros could target Phyloctera. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Stop thinking, emerging boat, and just do it. So Ulyssia is going to attack. She's going to go increase her range from 1 to 2. She's going to use her long-mast spear. we're going to get 3 dice, and we're going to be attacking with +2 precision from her weapon, and then +1 from an opening token there. So we have +3 total, so we need to get 5 or higher to hit. And wow, that's super unlucky. They're all misses. This one's, I need some better lighting over here. I will work on fixing that. Yeah, we got a 2, a 3, and a 4. We're gonna re-roll all 3 of those. So we're going from 1 fate to 4 fate. So we're spending 3 fate to re-roll. We may end up missing on this attack. Okay, so we got 2 out of 3 hits. Not great, not bad. Okay, so we're gonna get 2 red dice from our weapon, 1 red die from Titan power die, and yeah, okay, now we're gonna draw the BP card, just checking to see if I have any bonuses for this first ability window. I don't see anything, so we're gonna draw the BP card. And we're at 6. That is going to be extremely hard to wound with only 3 power dice. So we're most likely not going to wound this. Okay, so let's go ahead and roll all 3 of these at once. We have a single power reroll. Yeah, there's no way we can hit on this. The max you can get on a red die is 2. And so with only 1 power reroll, I mean, we can use it to be pointless, but we're stuck with 4. So we have no failure response, so that is nice. This will go in a BP discard. It'll leave a BP 1 on top because that was going to be the next card. We don't have any wound. We don't have any escalations to take care of because we failed. That's okay. So we're going to clear our power dice out of here. Then we're going to clear our Kratos pool. And we're going to move into the second ability window, which will give us, we can put, geez, not really a whole lot. Solon would naturally hit on an 8 or higher. You can get an opening token in there to, yeah, let's just do an opening token. And then okay, so Ulyssia moved. She got a reposition 1. So what I might do is reposition 1 here. She will be the furthest in front in range if I move Solon to be adjacent. And then I think I'd rather kite, it's not really kiting at this point. I'd rather direct Labyrinthauros north on the map and have him go up that way as opposed to going that way, because I can kind of circle him back into that corner over there. And yeah, so we'll do that. So we reposition 1. I think we only had those 2 things to worry about in the second ability window. So now her turn is completely over. And then we will go next with Solon. Okay. So Solon is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and I gotta activate him. So we moved. Now he's going to attack. This will be his first attack. So he's going from 0 rage to 1 rage. And we're going to roll just our crit die, which is going to be a crit. It's going to be great. We're all going to love it. It is a crit. Woohoo! All right. We'll see if I can actually wound it, though. I mean, I don't have any break tokens, but it's just a BP 1. So the crit effect for it probably won't even be that great, but we'll see. So with the Mace, getting a single hit means we get 2 black dice, and then we will also get a red die from our Titan power die. And then we'll draw this BP 1. There's nothing that we have in our second ability, or I'm sorry, our first ability window that we can do. And we need to get a 3. And what is our critical effect? Until the end of battle, when attacked from any of the weak spot spaces, so those are those haunches that Phylactera attacked on her turn, The Labyrinthauros has -1 AT. Oh, that's nice. That's a good crit to get. So we need 3 or higher. We don't have any break tokens, and we don't have any power reroll. If I really, really wanted to, I could use his Nemos ability, which if I discard this card, I can get an extra red die. I don't meet the danger gate for this. I only have 1 danger right now, so I couldn't do the 2nd level. Not having a power reroll does make me a little nervous. But I don't really want to waste. I'd rather use that on a BP3. So we're just gonna roll. We're gonna roll one at a time because it's more dramatic. Boom, 2. Amazing. All right, come on. We just need 1 more power symbol. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Icing on the cake. Didn't need it. We got 3 exactly. Because we get a crit, we're going to skip the wound effect. We only pay attention to the critical effect, and it's a positive thing. So until the end of battle, when attacked from the W space, the weak spot, we have -1 to AT. I'm gonna go ahead and set this here on the side. That's like kind of blinding in the reflection, isn't it? Where's a good place to put this? If we move this up, maybe. Oh yeah, I mean, this is the downside of having the lights directly above, is that some of the reflections can really be annoying. I mean, this one is mostly for me, so it's fine. I'm gonna put this here, just as a reminder that we crit on that. Let's go ahead and show this so we can see what I'm doing. I'm still gonna increment my my wound count to 4, because we have that card, and now we have these other 3 cards in there, so we are at 4 wounds. We need to escalate. That was, I still have 1 more BP1 in here. I'm miscounting things. We're gonna get another BP2 into our deck here, because it was a BP1 that we wounded, so we get a BP2. Shuffle, and we have a BP3 on top. I don't know how I feel about that. We're just gonna say it's a good thing. We're gonna replace an AI1 with where are we going with this? Over here with an AI2. We just have to really hope that the AI3 does not end up on top. Not looking. And we're gonna stop in 3, 2, 1. AI2. Very good. Okay. Ooh, good. Good. Right, so let's move these power dice out of the way here. So on, moving these power dice out of the way. We only get 1 token in the pool, so we're gonna put a break token in there. We're really gonna need that for the BP3. That -1 AT from this crit will come in handy for a BP3. Okay. So break's gonna go over there. And then he moved and attacked, so that's gonna immediately end his turn. So now we're gonna refresh our Argonauts. We will move to refresh our Argo abilities. And now it is the Primordial turn. We can stay on this Solon view. So we're drawing an AI2 that was on top. And this is what we drew. Yeah, I got this whole pool thing. Maybe if I get something to like raise this up a little bit. I don't know, I need it to... Okay, I'll try to think of something, a more creative solution there. Like it's barely legible, I feel like. All right, frequency charge. For a second, the bull becomes transparent. Then it's upon you. Target is furthest Titan in front in range. So this worked out how I wanted it to, where Ulyssia is going to become the target because she's the furthest in front. So everything in front, furthest in front in range. We're not going to be able to OOR evade this. That's fine. What are we looking at for afterwards? The danger isn't too bad from taking the attack. Oh, this is another one where if you are... Ooh, there is no... there's only a window of opportunity before the after final attack. There is nothing ahead of time. So I did not account for this, but Labyrinthauros is going to have to either go here and then here to Ulyssia, or here and then here and then here to Ulyssia. So that means either Phylactera or Solon is going to have to be actually I do have a bit of a retcon here. I'm going to take myself up on this one. One of the things that I forgot that Solon has is these Hermes Tatters, and they have a reposition 2 on them. So I could have repositioned at the end of Solon's attack. I would have done that. I feel very confident in saying that if I had known that was coming. So I will have moved back probably only 1, because I wouldn't have wanted to get too far away. So now we know exactly which path we want Labyrinthauros to take on his way to Ulyssia. So he's going to go 1, 2. And we're going to get, we have 3 dice to evade, so it's 3 potential hits, and we have an 8 or higher to evade. Boom, boom, boom. And then there's a fate gate down here, but this really only applies to the danger after we've done the evasion roll. We're going to roll these. We don't have any evasion bonuses, but we will have 4 rerolls if we need them. I mean, obviously that gets capped at 3 because we only have 3 dice, but okay. So none of those evade. We will reroll all of them again. Hopefully at least get 1 evasion. That was just a 1 over here. Dang, okay. Nothing evaded. Darn. So we'll move these out of the way. Charge that up for a crit. Ooh, gotta keep that on the crit side. So we got 3 hits. Each hit deals 1 danger. So we're about to take 3 danger plus the 1 bonus danger. So we're about to take 4 danger. We don't have any armor to be able to roll some armor dice. So we're just gonna have to take that 4 danger. And I apologize. I should be showing Ulyssia here. So Ulyssia is gonna go from 0 danger to 4 danger. And 4 danger on the trauma table results in a major trauma draw. So we've only drawn minors so far, I think. Yeah, because everybody's at 3 or below danger except for Ulyssia. So we have our major trauma here. Flip it, and we have Dolos Cunning. Place up to 3 opening and or break tokens in the Kratos pool. So awesome. It's another positive trauma card. Very good. So we get to choose. We get 3 total tokens, and we can divide them amongst break and opening. Let's go 2 break and 1 opening. It's a BP3, so we're going to need some break tokens. It's probably going to have an AT value between 6 and 8, I think is somewhere in there. So we'll do 2 break and 1 opening. Does not cause a chain break. So we have resolved that part. We've resolved the attack on all titans that were in the path. And then after final attack, we will do trample and labyrinth. We could reflex out of this, but Ulyssia has that glimmer shroud where she gets to ignore crash and obol draws caused by trample. So she's going to be unaffected by trample. So we're just going to have Labyrinthauros go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then he's going to head away. I forget the ruling on this. I'll pause the video again so I'm not wasting your time. Okay, yes. So when he reaches the board edge, he's going to go into the direction that moves him away from the most titans. So he was here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, So moving away from the most Titans would be, let's see, if he moves this way, he's moving away from 2. If he moves this way, let's see, is he moving, he's not really moving away from them. I think technically he's moving away from 2 either way. Could I argue that? Because I do kind of want him to go that way more, but initially lead him away from the most Titans. Going this way does not lead him initially away from any Titans. I'm sorry, does not initially lead him away from these 2 Titans, because they're still going to remain the same distance from him. It does move him away from these 2. And then for that direction, he would move further from these 2 Titans, but move closer towards the other 2. I mean, it's 1 space. I think technically it would make more sense to go that way. Let's see. So then he moves away, and then part of his trample, he's going to turn to face the most Titans, facing south. We'll have him facing every Titan. And then he will do a Labyrinth 1. But this little fate gate over here says that if we were at 5 or higher fate, he would Labyrinth 2 instead. I think that fate gate would apply to the target of the attack. So the target was Ulysses. She only has 4, so we don't have to worry about that. He's only going to Labyrinth 1. That puts us at an eye shape, or yeah, for a labyrinth, and it does allow him to put that tile there. And yeah, okay. So now we are done with that attack. Boom. I just put that in our AI discard pile over here. These over. Let's see. Wait, do I? Yeah, okay. I was checking some of the screen layout there. All right, so now we are back in the Titan round. We have 4 wounds. We have a BP3 up top. So if we wound that, we go from 4 to 6 wounds, which is fun. That's great. BP3s are going to be tough to wound on. I'm going to be getting some practice rolls in with that because I really want to crit that BP3. Really want to crit that. Unfortunately, the person who has the highest chance to crit, because they have this weapon with deadly on it. Deadly means you swap out one of your non-crit die for a crit die, so he would have 2 crit dice, double the chance to get a crit. But that's Herodotus. He's no way he's getting over there unless we get some trample that brings Labyrinthauros further south. The other thing to factor in is that we have that crit effect from the armored hind leg, where if we attack from a weak spot space, we would get a -1 to the AT, which would be very nice to have for that BP card. Unfortunately, I think that's another thing that we might be unachievable for us, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, okay, here's something I would consider going back and doing. I'm gonna get Ulysses up. So this was the attack that we just did. What we could consider doing here is that we had this window of opportunity where we could have evaded before, not evaded, we could have reflexed before that trample happened. No, actually it would not have helped us, because we would have had, like, Labyrinthauros would have been here at the time, and Phyloctera needs to go this direction, and she would not have been able to reflex that direction at that point. And I don't think we wouldn't have thought to use that for any other Titan. So never mind, but that's my thought process. Okay, so maybe we just go with Ulysses again. If he tramples either from a wound response or a fail, I mean, he might trample from a fail response too, then she's not going to be in any danger because she has that Glimmer Shroud. We could go with Phyloctera, actually, who, even though she can't get in the weak spot, she has the strongest weapon right now in terms of highest potential power. Solon's close, but not close in location. 2, 3, 4. And Phyloctera is 6 away, but she has a Nemos card, this Minoan Heritage, where she could get an extra movement if she needed it. Just not enough movement to get into that extra space. We would need 7 movement to get into that weak spot area. The other thing, like with Phyloctera, we could use this Primordial Lure to get the BP3 card off the top if we really don't want to be using it right now. But if I'm going with Phyloctera, I'm gonna go for the chance of wounding that BP3. And I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Let's go with Phyloctera. Go to our player 3 cam there. So we'll activate her. She has her +2 precision bonus. Well, first let's just get adjacent. So we're going to use Minoan Heritage during our movement. So we can go 1, stand up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then, do we want to use Arrow Barrage and get 2 more opening tokens in there? We're going to have +3 total for our attack precision because we have 1 opening token. We have our 2 bonus precision here. Let's think about the tokens she's going to leave. She'll be at 3 rage, so she'll leave an opening and then 2 other tokens. We need a 5 or higher to hit. I think we can do it. I don't think. But if we miss with one of those dice, we're gonna be a little SOL. Screw it. I don't care. We're gonna get it. But I'm not concerned about it. We're gonna get some practice rolls in. These rolls aren't counting until I say, like, you know, we're about to roll for real. So I'm doing some practice rolls. Look at that. I haven't even increased my rage yet. This is practice. This is practice. Look at that. We're getting some bad rolls out of the way. Oh, well, I got 2 10s there. Shoot. Now I have to roll a lot to get my chance for a crit back here. Practice, 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 practice. Oh, that was a crit. No. I'm wasting my crit chances here. Practice. Let's get 2 more in. 1, 2. All right, I'm feeling it. Now we're geared up for our crit here. Now we're going to increase our rage, going from 2 to 3. We need a 5 or higher to hit. Darn. Okay, well, we didn't crit. Okay. Here's the part where do I get aggressive? I only might say no to this right now because I'm tight on time. Okay. I'm just gonna, because if I miss this, because I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna be good. Normally I might re-roll that just to try to get a crit chance on the BP3 because I want the core, but it's fine. All right, so we got 2 hits. We don't have anything in our first ability window here. Actually, slight retcon of something because I could do I could have actually gotten something for my first ability window here. Instead of using Minoan Heritage, I could have done Rush because I have 2 danger. I can spend a fate, and then I would have just needed. I'm sorry, I still get the +1 during the movement, and now what I get is an extra break during that first ability window. Auto break means, like, that auto prefix to break means it happens during the first ability window. So with that, we will now draw our BP card. Actually, let me get my our power dice out here. It would be nice to change this view a little bit so you could see drawing the BP cards and everything rather than, yeah, anyway. So I'm going to get 2 black and a red. Here's our BP3. And shapeless form. Only 6 AT, not bad considering we have 4 break tokens. Oh, we do not want to draw an oval, but yeah, it looks like we're attacking that like gooey center part. It's the part that I put as green on his back there. We do not crit. We would have been able to create the vantage point. It's okay. All right, so we need 6, and we have 1 power reroll. All right, so let's do this one at a time. We're gonna roll a black die. Okay, not bad. Let's put that there. Black die, or I'm gonna roll a black die. Okay, so another 4, or 4 total. We need 2 more. Ooh, that's 1. All right, now here's the question: is which do we re-roll? With our red dice, I'll show it as an example. With our red dice, we have a 50% chance to get a side that would give us 2 power. So we basically have a 50% chance of getting something better than that. We only need 1 more. Or we would need 2 power on this. Alternatively, we could re-roll a black die here. And in that case, we would need a side with 3 power. And how many sides of the black die have 3 power? Let's see, we have just 2. 2 of the 6 sides have at least have the opportunity to get 3 power. So we will re-roll this red power die. Damn. All right. Well, oh, shoot. Oh, man, that really... Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to... I had an extra red die for my Titan power die. Okay. This is going to be a little iffy for, like... Okay, I got 2 off of this. Yeah, whoops, that was just me forgetting to count. If I didn't get on that one, I'm not sure how I would have handled that because I basically just forgot a red die. And then I had chosen to use that power reroll. So, okay. Anyway, we got 2, 4, 6 on this. So we do wound. Our wound effects is one Argonaut may lose the base touched affliction. Nobody has maze touched. So BP3s are different in how they escalate. Excuse me while I take a drink of water. BP3s are different in how they escalate. In that we don't, unless we crit, this BP3 itself is not going into our wound deck. Instead, we're going to take, I need to show a full table here. So we're going to take one of these cards that says single wound. We're going to flip it over to a double wound. This is a generic double wound. We're going to put that in our wound pile. And we're going to increase to 6 for our wound counter there. And then we are going to remove from our BP deck, we're going to remove the lowest BP available, which would be, we have a BP 1 that we should be able to remove. Remove that, put it in there, and then we're going to replace it with another BP 3. And notice that I have not put our BP 3 that we just wounded, I have not put that back in the deck yet because we're going to shuffle this BP deck. And then we're going to put the BP card that we just wounded on the bottom so we can't get it like twice in a row. Okay, interesting. We have now a BP 1. And then for the AI deck, we're going to take the lowest available between, actually, I know there's an AI 1 in the discard pile. So we're going to take the AI 1 out of the discard pile. We're going to shuffle in an AI 3, and then we shuffle what was the AI discard pile back into the AI deck. So that's actually good for us because we had some lower level AIs in there that we now can draw. Oh, okay, well we definitely want to wound again because we have the ultimate on there, so we want a chance to not have that ultimate on top. All right, so now we're gonna get rid of these power dice, put them off to the side. Let's move some of these guys back. Retire some of these power dice for time being. Clear the Kratos pool. And then we get an opening 1 from our Pyramidion. And we have opening break because we have 2 choices, wow, I can't talk. 2 opening, 2 break, or an opening and a break. Let's do 1 opening, 1 break, because we are just trying to go after a BP1. Should be a pretty low AT, so we're fine with that. So we are at 6 wounds. Phyloctera's turn is now over. And now we get to decide who's going to go next. I think we kind of have to go with Ulyssia. Yeah, we're going to go with Ulyssia because she's the only person who can reach right now, and we're actually going to kind of hope that she triggers a trample. So let's go first player window there. Fisher, she's going to run up and go just 1, 2. She used her movement. Now she is going to do an attack, increasing her rage from 2 to 3. I haven't really been tracking this because it hasn't really been needed for now. When you increase rage, you should always do a check for who should have the priority target token. Because Herodotus / Oleander had started the fight with 2 rage, I just knew that he wasn't going to be getting beaten out for rage anytime soon. But now we have 3 Titans, including Herodotus, who are tied at 3 rage, so the priority target could be moving around. Basically, anytime you increase rage, you check to see, do you have more rage than the current priority target? And if you do, then you take the priority target token. So we're here, we're attacking. Let's see, gonna get that die. We have 3 dice. We have +2 from our weapon. We have +2 from the opening token, so we have +4 total. We only need 4 or higher to hit. And that's a full hit off the bat. I don't really care about trying to crit on a BP1 necessarily. Because honestly, I actually kind of hope the wound response is a trample, and I want her to trigger it, because then it'll put Labyrinthauros in range for other players, other Titans. So now we're going to nothing in our first ability window. Now we're going to draw our BP1 here. Ooh, okay, well, we have perform signature against the attacker. That can work because the signature has, this is his signature ability. I'll put that, assuming we wound, I'll put it in the window for longer so you can read it, but the signature does have trample on the after attack. So this is kind of a rare time where I'm actually happy to get the signature here. So we need 4. Our AT is 4. We're gonna have 4 red dice that we're rolling with. Roll those 3. There's a 4th one. And then we're gonna roll off 4 of these at the same time here. We have 1 power reroll. We don't need it. Oh, that's easy. That's 6 total that we got. So we don't need to reroll. We do wound. So because this is an attack response, like it's a response that performs either the signature or an AI or something like that, it's an attack response. That attack will happen after this, after the Titan's attack finishes resolving. So I'm going to put the signature card there in that same place as a reminder. I'll let you read that if you can. I know it's blurry. So we put the BP1 in our wound stack. That brings us from 6 wounds to 7. Now we add a, to our BP stack here, we add a BP2 because that was a BP1 that we just wounded. We're going to give that a shuffle. And we have a BP3 up top now. Now we're going to take out an AI1 from our AI deck. That is the last AI1 that was in the deck. That means we also don't have any BP1, or yeah, BP1s in the BP deck anymore. Shuffle here. AI2. Okay. So then remove those power dice. Then we will take these, we will clear the Kratos pool. In the second ability window, we're just short of that 5 danger gate for Longmast Spear, which would give us an extra 2 opening tokens. We're only at 4 danger with Ulyssia now. So we only can put 2 tokens in the pool. I'm going to make it 2 break because I can always use Arrow Barrage to get 2 opening in there. So we're going to make it just 2 break tokens. Then these will come out. And let's see, that will, oh, she does have reposition. And actually reposition could be useful here because with Instinctive Ram, Labyrinthauros is going to move up and then afterwards, like he's going to move up to Ulyssia and then afterwards do Trample. So if he were to move up and then Trample, he's going to go, starting from here, he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which would mean that we would either have to reflex with Solon to get him out, or we could have Ulyssia use her reposition to go forward 1, and then Labyrinthauros would be ending his turn here. But the other thing we need to consider is, can we get Herodotus in range for the attack as well? He has an item that I can show full screen here. He has a gear that would allow him to get 2 extra movements. So, and he can reflex. So like we could be at 8 range, 8 range from where we think Labyrinthauros will be. And that would be something that we could achieve with getting Herodotus into a position to attack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If we went here and tried to get Labyrinthauros here without Solon, or with, or we could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and get to there. I think I would rather, I'm gonna have, I have to also think about if I can get people in place for attacking that weak spot. Yeah, I could have Solon reflex back, then that would put, yeah, because if the weak spot's here, then nobody's going to be able to get to it. Okay, so I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I do want Labby to go a little bit further. Or I could actually have him come further down, and I could have Solon reflex to here. I would need Labby to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I want Labby's front to be here. So his hind spot, I can hit from here. So if I reflex Solon, this is when I have the opportunity to reflex. I can't do it right now. But when I have the opportunity to reflex him, I could reflex him here. Labby's parked right here. He's got his hind leg there for the taking. So I'll be able to hit it more easily. So yeah, what I actually need to do is reposition Ulyssia backwards 1. Okay, and that's going to end the second ability window for her. Then from there, now we are ready to resolve the signature against the attacker. Instinctive Ram, the mechanical bull charges at you. We ignore the targeting here because we already know the target is the attacker based off of the response from the last BP card. So Labby is gonna come up and go 1, 2 to get adjacent to Ulyssia. And from there we're gonna get, normally it'd be 2 dice to evade, but Ulyssia has 4 fate, so she meets or exceeds that fate gate here, so she's going to have an extra evasion die, which, you know, sounds good. It's like, oh, an extra evasion die, that sounds good, but no, it's just an extra hit potentially. So we need 10 or higher to evade. That is, ooh, a crit evade too. I don't think she gets any bonuses from that. Let's check. No, she gets a full evade bonus if she has 6 or more danger. But nothing for a crit evade. She does have a crit evade fail effect, so at least that didn't happen. So we have 1 evade there. We're going to be able to re-roll both of these from our Glimmer Shroud. It's 2 things that do not evade, so we're going to take 2 hits. Each hit deals 1 danger, so we're about to take 2 danger plus 1 danger from that. So it's going to be another 3 danger. We can't reduce it from armor rolls, so we're increasing from 4 danger to 7 danger, which now is putting us into grave trauma territory. So this is where we get to the point where we could just draw a disemboweled and just immediately died. The way you protect against that is you have an ability called Second Chance to allow you to redraw, like redo your trauma draw, but she doesn't have any second chance. So we have our grave trauma here. Oh, I'm not even showing. There we go. We have our grave trauma. Let's see what we got. Uh-oh. Add the You Died Horribly Obol to the Obol deck. Okay, so normally our Obol deck gives us a 50-50 chance of dying. This instead is adding an extra You Died card to our Obol deck. So now if we have to draw an Obol, there's a 1 in 3 chance we survive, 2 in 3 chance we die. So I'm just shuffling these 3 Obol cards together. And we'll do our modulus operator again. We rolled a 9, so 9 divides by 3 evenly, so we do not move those cards around at all. Okay. So that grave trauma goes to the back of the grave trauma deck. Now we continue on with our signature. After attack, trample, and then Labyrinth 1. So now we're going to take advantage of this window of opportunity for Solon. Yeah, so actually, let's have him reflex and gain a fate. He's going to reflex back to here. And then we want Herodotus to be able to get to like here, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he can attack after Solon goes, right? Because we did this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Labyrinthauros is going to be Labyrinthauros. I know I keep saying Labby is like short for Labyrinthauros. That's what a lot of people kind of affectionately refer to him as. Yeah, so let's do, we gained a fate for Solon to reflex, and then we're going to use this last Argo ability charge to have Herodotus reflex as well, and that will make more sense later if you haven't already figured out why I'm reflexing there. So yeah, Solon increased from 1 fate to 2 fate, and then Herodotus did not have to use any fate to get out of the way there. Oh, and okay, I was showing the screen there. So now we will do the trample. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then, oh geez, one thing I didn't take into account was him turning. So I think instead I would have had, yeah, because we know that he would be turning. Oh, dang. Okay. Well, whatever. I screwed up. That's fine. I need to be paying more attention as I'm talking and explaining things and thinking about the strategy ahead of time. But, oh well. Yeah, so Labyrinthauros will turn, and let's see, do we have that? No, okay. We will turn to face the most Titans, which is going to be facing west. Is there a world where facing north is possible? No. There. I mean, I could get him to face north. Like, I could have Phylactera repositioned so she's not west, then he'd be up north. Yeah, let's do that. So, not you. Phylactera is going to gain a fate. Oh, no. Okay, here's what we would have to do. Herodotus would have had to use his Iapetus Lifeguard to reflex instead of using that Argo ability, so he would have gained a fate. He would go from 2 fate to 3 fate, and then the person who would use this Argo ability would be Phylactera. This all happened in this last ability window, so I don't feel bad about going back on this one. So she's there. So now we can choose between north, like both north is 2 Titans for him to face, and west is 2 Titans for him to face. I'm going to have him choose north. And then we end the signature. Oh no, I'm sorry. We don't end the signature there. We have Labyrinth 1. Labyrinth 1 would have us put a square tile down at this point. And actually there's no valid place to put this. The Labyrinth tiles might be different for this. Normally if you try to place a tile on top of an indestructible tile, and Labyrinth tiles are indestructible, then you would not be able to place it. But I can't remember if Labyrinth is different. No, yeah, okay, so we cannot, Labyrinth is not different, it's not an exception to this. We can't place a square tile on a space that's both in front of and adjacent to Labby without overlapping with another indestructible tile, so we just ignore this placement. All right, so now the signature is done. All right. Hopefully we should be done very shortly. So we will now go with Solon first, because Solon can hit heavy, and also if he wounds with the Maze Mace, we get to ignore the attack responses. So let's do this. I think I want to also set up Herodotus for a good attack next. So we want to get more Kratos tokens in there. So we're going to use the last charge of this Forced Kratos reaction Argo ability. Oh, so we're still going with Solon. Go on him. We're going to activate him. So we're using that Forced Kratos reaction to give Solon additional rage, going from one rage to 2. Then we are going to just attack with him, I think. Oh no, sorry. We actually also want to do Arrow Barrage to get 2 opening tokens in here. And now we're going to attack, so he needs to get a 6 or higher. All right, and we're going to increase rage from the combat ability, so we're going from 2 rage to 3. I'm doing practice rolls. These are practice rolls. I gotta practice for when I crit on this. Practice. Come on. All right, good. We're getting some non-things out of the way here. All right, we're gonna get one more. Oh, darn it. Okay, come on. A couple more practices then. Oh, well, we're getting so many zeros now. Okay, I think maybe I just need to get, all right, two more practice rolls, and then, all right, here we go. We're going for it. This is the real one. Come on, crit. That's not a crit. We're going to fate reroll that. So we're going to increase his fate from 2 to 3. And fate reroll. Damn it. Ah, that stinks. He does a full miss. So that is going to clear the Kratos pool. And he will place, as a full miss on a Maze Mace, he can place 1 break or 1 opening token in the Kratos pool. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna hope I have a better attack roll in the next one, so we're gonna go with a break. Hopefully we don't full miss again. Oh, that really stinks. I had a chance of being able to take him out before his next primordial round. Okay, so we're gonna use his Solon's movement to get Iapetus. We're gonna refresh his cards. Solon's done. Yeah, full missing really sucks. All right, now we're gonna go with Herodotus, who is our last Titan to go. We're gonna activate him. Then we're gonna gain a fate to activate his Iolopile engine, which will give him +2 movement for this turn. Oh, interesting. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, actually, what we're gonna do, let me zoom out here. Instead of Solon using his movement to get Iapetus Lifeguard back, we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What the heck was this on? I'm not even sure where this one was supposed to be. Oh yeah, it would have been on the Hermes Statters. So now that we're on Herodotus's turn, instead of using that fate to activate Iolopile engine, we're going to use it to do this rush. So we can move 6. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I'm going to be able to get an auto break here. I don't know if this is actually better, but we are doing it anyway. Boom. And then let's attack with the Jawbone Axe. We're going from 3 rage to 4 rage. We get 2 crit dice, so both of these are crit dice. But we need an 8 or higher to hit, and we really need to hit with both of them. Oh, okay, so we got 1 crit. We're going to use a fate reroll to go from 4 fate to 5. Hopefully we crit, or we just hit on this one. 8 or higher, 8 or higher, 8 or higher. Oh, that is also a crit. Wow. All right, double crit. There's no bonus for double critting, unfortunately, but there's a cool factor involved. We got it on camera. That's nice. So with that, we're going to, I already put the break in from the auto break. I technically shouldn't have done it until now, but we have 2 break tokens. We're gonna get 2 black dice from the Jawbone Axe, and then 1 red die from Titan Power Die. Draw our BP3 card. We're at 5. So this crit effect isn't, I mean, that's actually pretty good. But really what I care about for critting on a BP3 is you get a special resource called the Primordial Core. So we need 5 or more to hit, or to wound. So I'm gonna roll 1 at a time. Oh, I have 2 power rerolls, thankfully. So I'm sure I'll be rerolling that one. Okay, that's a pretty good one. Put these up here. Boom. Oof, okay. So I'm definitely rerolling this one. Oh wait, no, yeah, I definitely need to. I don't think I'm gonna reroll any of the other ones because I'm gonna use both breaks on this. So I'm at 4 there. So I only need 1 more power, and this is the only side of this black die that has no power. So come on, nice. All right, so that puts us at 6 power. We only needed 5, so that will wound, and we crit. So until the end of battle, you ignore all primordial responses. We're gonna put that out to the side over here as well, so we remember it's there. If you crit on a BP3, it actually does go into the wound pile. So we're gonna keep it over to the side over here, but instead of putting a generic double wound, we're just gonna go up to 9 wounds. And now instead of like how we escalate here is we go to the full screen here. We take out, what is it? We still take out the lowest card. I think the lowest card is still a 2. Yeah, because there's only a 2 in the discard pile. So we're going to remove a 2 from the game. We're going to add 2 BP3s into here. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. We only need 1 more wound, so we really don't even need a BP3 at the top, and I prefer it not to be a PP3, but it is, so we can't always get what we want. And then we're gonna take out an AI2, no, sorry, take out, the lowest AI, which is gonna be an AI2, and put in an AI3. So now I think there's 3 AI3s in here. I just don't want it to be that ultimate. I'm gonna end this soon, mostly for the sake of ending this video. All right, it is an AI3 up top. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. Power die, power die, power die, power dice. Gosh, almost 4.5 hours. So we're gonna clear the Kratos pool, take these 2 break tokens out, and we're gonna get, our weapon doesn't give us any Kratos tokens, but we're gonna get 2 Kratos tokens from our Kratos table. And let's keep them both break, honestly, because we have that BP3. We really do need some break tokens in here. Okay. And then that is going to end our Titan round. Let's refresh these. We've used up all of our Argo abilities, so we don't have any of those to rely on at this point. And now we're going to draw our AI card, which is Minotaur Logic. Is this no, this is just an attack. Okay. There is no escape from the maze. This is going to be target, priority target in range. So Herodotus is still the priority target, and he is in range. He's right there. We're going to move an attack. Oh, sorry. Let me put this here. There. So we move an attack, so he's already adjacent, so he just turns. And then we're going to do our evasion roll. It's only going to be 2 dice. This fate gate would suck, so I'm glad we don't have 7 or higher fate. We evade 1. And this is an attack, so we can actually, all right, we haven't shown this mechanic yet. So we evaded 1 naturally. And then we were going to take 1 hit, but we can actually use the block, our Temenos Scale Shield as a block effect. So if we pay a fate and then we exhaust that, we go from 5 fate to 6. And we block it, so now we go from 1 hit to 0 hits. And so now we ignore the rest of the text in this attack field. We still resolve the after attack effect, which will be Trample, and then Labyrinth 2, because we have more than 5 fate. Well, that's going to put him... Yeah, I think unfortunately what's going to happen here is that Labyrinthauros is going to trample. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Movement is evaluated 1 space at a time. So he's going to initially move onto this tile. This is a reinforced destructible. So when he moves onto it the first time, it's going to damage it. And then the second time he moves onto it, he's going to destroy it. I believe that's correct. So the crappy thing about that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so we should be here before he turns. The crappy thing about that is that I'm going to lose a diplomacy from the Labyrinthians. So let's go ahead and just get that over with now. So we go to Argo, we'll go to diplomacy, -1. Darn. Okay. I'll go back to this. Where were we at? There we go. So then he's going to turn to face the most Titans. That's going to be turning east. And then he's going to Labyrinth twice. So the first one is going to be with an L tile. He can't hit his priority target, but he can get Soul on, and we can kind of be creative here with how we want to do this. I'm going to choose something that is beneficial for me. I'm going to go like that. And then he's going to Labyrinth again, Labyrinth the second time, but there's no valid place to put it, so we ignore that one. All right, and that will finish that AI activations, and now we're at the Titan round. Okay, hopefully we can just finish this off here. I don't have any Argo abilities left, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna go with Olympia first. She's gonna use her, let's say her combat to refresh her stuff. Actually, no, first we're gonna do, no, she has to do this first. Right? Yeah, she's gonna have to do this first. She's gonna use her combat to refresh this. Then she will use that ability, gain a fate, place an opening token in the pool. And we're gonna take a, let's see if we can actually get a not BP3 on top. I got a core, I don't need to get greedy, I don't need to get multiple cores, and I only need one more wound. So I'd rather try to maybe get something that's easier. No, screw it. Let's try to get another core. I'm gonna get greedy. Because I mostly care about hitting with accuracy. That's my biggest concern. So she used her combat to refresh stuff. She still has her movement. We're gonna use this to be able to move 6 spaces. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hopefully we don't even need to worry about that. But we did it anyway. Nobody else has an ability to get more Kratos tokens in the pool, so now we're just going to go with Solon. So we will activate him. Then we're going to go and move 1, 2, and then we will attack. So we're going from 3 rage to 4. And all right, practice rolls. These are practice rolls. Come on, practice, practice. Gotta get all the bad rolls out. You know, this is statistics at work. All right, I'm ready. Oh, jeez, that was accident. I'm ready for it. This is the real roll. So we need an 8 or higher. No, I'm sorry, we need a 7 or higher. Nice. Okay, I'm not gonna push my luck there. I need to end this fight. So we got a 9. We did not crit. We will get 2 black dice and a red die. We draw our BP3. And we only need 6 or higher. We're going to use Death Follows. We're going to discard that so we get an extra red die for this. We have 2 power rerolls. All right, come on. That is very cocked, so we're going to reroll that. Put these out of the way here. Okay, so 1, I think that's enough. So 2, 4, 5, 6. We got 8 total, including the breaks. So we are good. We just, woo, awesome. So we get a double wound into this pile. We're gonna go ahead and hurry up and just resolve the rest of this battle. We won't clean it up, but we'll at least like talk about everything that happens. So we got to 11 wounds. We only needed 10. So that is awesome. Now, as part of the end of the battle, is there flavor text to read here? No, but there is aftermath. So we achieved victory because the primordial is slain. Woohoo! Amazing! Great job. And now we proceed to rewards and penalties. Just show you what I'm reading here. We're down here at rewards and penalties. Can go our full screen there. So Tides of Fate, we are going to reset our Triskelions. So we're going to put all these back down to 000s. Then after that, we will subtract to Argo Fate, because going through any battles, whether you win or lose, you're going to be able to subtract Argo Fate. Sorry, going to zeros. 0. Okay, I guess I could have just done this later. So all those are reset to 0. Let's go to our thing here. I'm going to subtract 2 Argo Fate. We only have 1 to subtract. That's fine. Now resources. Resources is the part where we talk about the things that we get, all the goodies that we get. Let us go to, let's say, this view. That's good. Let's clear these out of the way. All this stuff will come out. This was not a crit, so we would have gotten a double wound, a generic double wound in its place. Put that off to the side though. Then these 2 things were in our wound pile. So we have, let me do it this way. BP1, BP1. That was a crit BP3. We had, we didn't have, why do I have 3 double, no, okay, I think I'm confused there. Let's see, I did, what was it? I did 2 non-crits on BP3s and then a crit BP3, so that was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I think I just accidentally put another double wound in the card. So we have these double wounds that I'll explain in a second. Then we have BP2, BP1, BP1. We're going to replace these double wounds with BP3s from our BP deck, remembering that only one of them counts as a crit for a core. So we'll go ahead and note that first. So because we got 1 crit on a BP3 that we wounded, we go into our cargo here, go down to cores and Labyrinthauros, and we're going to add 1 core. Next is the rest of the resources. So we're going to start with these BP1s that all have this raw ambrosia resource on them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of those showing. We just fought a level 3 Labyrinthauros, so we're going to take 7 times 3. That's going to be 21 raw ambrosia. So we're going 5, 10, 15, 20, 21. So that takes care of those. Then we have this BP2 that's showing this fleshy mantle. That's 1, 2, 3 fleshy mantles showing. That's going to be 2 times level 3, so 6 fleshy mantles. What a terrible, terrible phrase. We're up to 10 of those. And then we have just one of that infused mechanism. And so that'll be 1 times 3, which is 3. And so we go up to 12. Right, and so that's a battle. The rest of this is some cleanup. I will take care of that off camera, or maybe just save it for the next video, but I need to end this video desperately. We're at 4.5 hours here. So thank you for staying with me. I'm glad that we were able to get through a battle here, and I will see you in the next video.